the engineering or the lecture room first. I think there's one, the new one that has not been used. We must say that it looks good. Hopefully, after you have installed everything, it will work well. I think it's a very good lecture room. We went to the engineering block. This engineering block is that one that we wanted to discuss with the institution early this year, around February, where the report suggests that it was supposed to cost, I think, around 200 M. But the institution combined all of them into one bid, and it cost about 400 or so. So you'll take us through what would have happened, but what we have seen there, Vice Chancellor and Principal, is that building, the engineering one that would have been completed around 2019 or so, there's a block that has been put aside or closed, and it's not working, and we're told, well, we could see that the building is, it's like the two buildings where they meet, there was a disagreement, so they are separating. One part is going to the left and one is going to the right. Maybe you'll also brief us. What have we done? Because we can say that these companies must, we spend a lot of money on them for them to build these buildings for us. And they leave buildings that are like this and we don't do anything to them. So we're hoping that you are going to inform us, because the suggestion would be that when you are going to build such a big building there will be an assessment of the ground first, probably with geotech, to check if the building can resist the different weathers. And then if that was done, then that geotech company that was doing these things must be named and shamed, because it means they've produced a report that is now costing the university money. And we're probably lucky that it has not claimed lives of students. It has not collapsed when there's workers and students in it. Those people must be named. The professional services company that was appointed to do drawings and all of that must be named and shamed. The construction company that did those things must be named and shamed. Because we can't, if we don't name and shame them, Vice Chancellor, they are going to scam another institution in the sector. Are going to cost government money. So we must name and shame so that we are able to blacklist shoddy business people who continue to do work like that. Now, the university, with the money that we don't have, the money that we should be spending on something else, we must now take and go fix the mess somebody created. Same goes for engineering too. It's not occupied. I'm told there's no certificate of completion. Department of Labor has told you to stop whatever you are doing there. Hopefully we are going to explain why have we spent so much money in this building that we have not even completed, and we are told you can't continue. who's going to be held accountable for even giving the go-ahead for construction to continue there, if indeed the problem is related to that? Because, and again, companies that were involved must be named and shamed. So we're hoping that when you come and present, you'll take us into confidence on some of these things. This week, when we were in Kandla on Monday, we received news, Vice Chancellor, that students were striking here, and the bone of contention was how the university handled the situation with bus driver who sexually harassed a female. Something to that effect. How a university responded to that day. Students strike because they felt that the university is on the side of such people. So we're hoping that when you guys come here, Chair of Council and the Vice Chancellor, these are some of the things we're going to respond to. Amongst others, how you have handled the issue of that forensic report. How far are we there? So that is how we're going to open our meeting, members. I don't know, DDGs, who's leading? David, is it you or is it DDG Zungu? Okay, before I give you DDG Zungu, let me hear Honorable Msazana.
No, thanks very much, Chair. Sorry to ambush you. I made a request. There's a gentleman that was explaining to us what is happening in the residences there. I made a request for a structural assessment that we can be looking at whilst they are presenting. So if we could just get that structural report, and if it's possible, the Vice Chancellor or someone responsible that written these names for us, but would also appreciate a situation where we know who are we requesting to respond, because it's not going to be easy for us to remember each official or staff by name and surname, and we want to be respectful and calling them as such. And lastly, Chair, there's a pending issue that I think you should note for NSFAS. We just got a report that yesterday, students got their meal allowances in DUT, but those students that had their funding withheld did not get their meals. So we would want a very urgent response as and when NSFAS speaks on that particular matter. Thanks.
No, thank you. I think the issue of names, Chair of Council, I don't know who's going to help us so that we're able to know who's responding or speaking. When members ask questions, it will be easier to say, it must have names and your position, so that it's easier to say register VC, CFO, whatever the case may be. So I think NSFAS will look into that, and after presentations, we'll give them to respond. DDG Zungu, please lead the presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training. May I observe all the protocols, and a very good morning to all of you. It is both an honor and a privilege to be invited to appear before the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as to be part of this important oversight engagement. On behalf of the Department of Higher Education and Training, we wish to express our appreciation for the opportunity to appear before the committee, not only to account for our stewardship of the higher education and training system, but also to reflect on our collective progress in advancing the constitutional imperative of access to quality, inclusive, and transformative education for all South Africans. The department remains deeply conscious of the oversight role of Parliament as an essential mechanism to strengthen governance, accountability, and service delivery across the post-school education and training sector. We therefore value this engagement as an opportunity to engage constructively, to share progress made, to acknowledge areas requiring improvement, and to reaffirm our collective commitment to the transformative agenda of higher education and skills development in our country. The Durban University of Technology, as well as the Imbali precinct, represents two critical nodes in our national effort to align education research as well as innovation with the broader socio-economic priorities of the Republic. Through these institutions, we are witnessing how partnerships between universities, TVET colleges, industry, and local communities can serve as a catalyst for inclusive development, youth employability, and local innovation ecosystem. As a department, we remain focused on ensuring that our policies, funding frameworks, and institutional support systems enable universities and colleges to deliver quality education that is relevant to the needs of our students and responsive to the developmental goals of our nation. We are mindful that our institutions operate in complex socio-economic contexts characterized by poverty, unemployment, as well as inequality, and it is therefore imperative that our programs directly contribute to building human capability and social cohesion. Honorable Chair, we wish to assure this committee that the department continues to work tirelessly to strengthen governance, enhance accountability mechanisms, improve financial sustainability, and modernize the infrastructure and digital capacity of our institutions. We also continue to prioritize student welfare, research excellence, and partnerships that expand opportunities for innovation and employability. In conclusion, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we appreciate this platform to engage with the Portfolio Committee, and we view this oversight visit as an invaluable opportunity to reflect, to learn, as well as to refine our shared commitment to a post-school system that delivers tangible, lasting for our students and communities. With those few words, Honorable Chair, I wish to thank you, and I will then hand over to the VC and the Chair of Council to lead the presentation on behalf of the Durban University of Technology. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Department. It's us who are going to give to the Chair of Council. Chair of Council, if you can just lead the presentation from a governance point of view, and then you will then give to the Vice Chancellor, whoever is going to lead the presentation from your end. Chair of Council.
Once again, good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm not sure whether we all have copies of the presentation, or is it going to be flighted on the screen? I'm not sure. But I will proceed in the interest of time. The outline of our presentation covers a range of issues. The first item is a chronicle leading to governance lapses, breaches of code of conduct, and remedial action from June 2023 to date. We will talk about the DUT 355 forensic report. We'll also talk about the correspondence to the Minister of Higher Education and Training, and the meeting that we held with the Minister on in August 2024. We'll also talk about the labor court application and its withdrawal and the cost judgment, which took place around 2024 to May 2025. We'll also talk about the High Court application and the judgment thereof. We'll talk about the termination of DUT 355, the principal contractor appointment of Bokon as a project manager. And we'll also talk about the response to DHET queries following the Sunday World article. Okay, let's start with the issue around the governance lapses and breaches of code of conduct and remedial action. Council, at its meeting that was held on the 17th April 2023, agreed to approve the additional cost that was requested by management of about 183 million. This was following challenges that the project encountered. And we also approved the use of funding from prior year surplus of 788 million. And we also approved that the contractor must take over the project or the project on a turnkey basis. We also approved the appointment of an independent experienced engineer for a fixed period of time to augment the process. We approved the initiation of an arbitration process to ascertain who should carry the cost that DUT had to incur. We also approved that the chairperson of the audit committee must appoint a company to conduct a forensic investigation. In June 2023, 3 external members called for counseling and interviews for breach of code of conduct during the 17 April council meeting in 2023. 2 of those 3 were cleared upon amicable settlement, and 1 was referred to the Code of Conduct Committee to answer to charges of misconduct. This matter has since been closed upon a receipt of the formal apology. Between April and August 2024, special in-committee meetings were held by external members, excluding internal members, during consideration of DUT 355 forensic report on account of blanket and perceived conflict of interest. On the 3rd of August 2024, the forensic report was adopted, and unfortunately, a legal opinion was rejected on recommendation of the report during a special in-committee meeting. In a meeting of the 17th of August, this meeting was duly convened by the Chair of Council, and this meeting, as I said, was collapsed in favor of an in-committee meeting. Chair of Council was ejected at this meeting, and all internal members were also recused, in favor of a continuation of an in-committee session. There was also perceived conflict of interest of the Registrar of Council. The rejection and interpretation of the duty statute by registrar and threats to bar his attendance of meetings on account of being a direct report to the Vice Chancellor as one of the executive managers. The resolution of this in committee to establish an extended EXCO presided over by the Deputy Chair of Council, co-opting 2 external members with legal background. Then fast track to August, September 2024. On the 19th of August 2024, formal letter of complaint sent to EXCO by Executive Management, whose receipt was acknowledged through the Secretary of Council, despite brewing trust deficit with some vocal external members of Council. The registrar sought legal counsel on the interpretation of the duty statute and lawfulness of the exclusion of internal members from proceeding affecting the employment contract of the Vice Chancellor, which signal imminent litigation. I then move to various correspondence with the Minister of Higher Education and Training. Initial update by former Vice Chair of Council on behalf of the external members of Council after adoption and intent to implement the recommendation of Duty 355 forensic report on the 3rd and 17th of August, respectively. The letter was sent on the 22nd of August 2024 and is annexed as Annexure A. Letter from Chair of Council on governance lapses was sent on the 2nd of August and is Annexure B, sorry. Letter from Executive Management on behalf of excluded internal members of Council, accompanied by a founding affidavit for the High Court application on the 22nd of August. Annexure C. Irregular appointment of the acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Namabolo, on the 5th of September 2024 by extended EXCO led by the Deputy Chair at the time, upon irregular suspension of the Vice Chancellor in contravention of the statute, which clearly stipulates that the appointment at this level is not delegable, as it requires a resolution of the full Council as contemplated in the statute. This irregular suspension was reversed by the then Chair of Council, who appointed to this statutory contravention. And the letter are also annexed as well. Then I move on to the Labour Court application to enforce the Vice Chancellor's suspension. Application by then former Vice Chair, Ms. Tombela, withdrawn on Monday, 16 September 2024, after receipt of management's answering affidavit.
What is it? Get your details.
Which pointed to the applicant's lack of authority to act on behalf of duty counsel. The legally impugns SKX forensic report. The application relied on the registrar's confirmatory affidavit of the absence of a formal council resolution authorizing the Labour Court application. Withdrawal by Ms. Tombela of the Vice Chancellor's impugn suspension, appearance of both legal representatives in the Labour Court on the 17th of September 2024 to argue the cost of the withdrawn application. Then I move on to the next page. 11 out of the 30 members of council opposed the court application of 5 internal members of council to interdict the implementation of DUT 355 forensic report, while the rest of the listed respondents, mainly external members of council, dissented from the opposing this application. On the 18th of September, the Devon High Court, that's 2024, the Devon High Court ruled in favor of applicants with cost against respondents opposing the application with a return date of the 8th of January 2025. And on the 8th of January 2025, final court orders in favor of applicants, of 5 applicants granted with cost, suspended all decisions of respondents 3 and 17 August and so-called in-committee meetings of external council members, fraught with governance lapses indicated in paragraph 1 above. Pending set down date for review and setting aside of DUT 355 forensic report. Both Labour Court and Higher Court application and judgments shared with the Ministry. Then I move to the termination of the TEMI contractor as DUT principal contractor and appointment of Bokon as a project manager. This is a management matter, and I would like the Vice Chancellor to respond to or take us through it, or any other executive appointed by the Vice Chancellor. VC, who's going to take us through that?
Thank you, Chair, for the main presentation on matters of governance at the institution, and I hope the Portfolio Committee, and of course we will hear more in case there are questions, just showing how a council could actually self-manage and self-correct, which is what has happened over the last 12 months, maybe 18 months actually, here at DUT. In as much as whenever there are ructions within any council of a university, we have seen that happen in many other institutions. We have seen that happen in historically advantaged institutions. Hardly ever do you get external interventions at council level when there are difficulties at historically advantaged institutions. In fact, one could just look at the record of interventions that the ministry has had to put in place. I do not, in my 20 years now, as a Vice Chancellor in the system, I do not remember once when there was any such intervention in a historically advantaged institution. But what we are seeing now with the DUT Council under the leadership of Mr. Matinane here, with his experience in industry, and of course being a graduate of DUT, is that even in historically disadvantaged institutions or historically disadvantaged institutions, you do get people who can self-correct. My role is not so much about commenting on governance, but of course governance is very important for management to continue to do its job. What the chair just referred to is a very critical matter for DUT. The issue of getting to the end of the construction project the difficulties that we are experiencing as we are almost at the finishing line. Of course, after quite a number of years of struggle with whether we are struggling with the principal agent, we are struggling with the construction company, we are struggling with the professional team that does the designs and many other, including what the chair was referring to, geotech. I think we'll hear more from our professionals. I would be remiss if I presented myself as somebody who is well equipped to talk about all those intricacies of infrastructure development. So the Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor, People and Operations, Professor Theo Andrew, supported by Mr. Tabane Mhlongo, who is our Senior Director, Real Estate Management, will take the Portfolio Committee through all those issues around infrastructure developments at DUT. Thank you, Chair.
Prof. Andrew?
Yes, thank you. I'm just waiting for the presentation to come up on the screen. Sorry, Honorable Chair, we're just getting the presentation queue. My apologies. Chair, may I?
Wanted to put the mic next to your mouth.
Honorable Chair, I can continue. There's something wrong with this.
VC. This institution is supposed to be University of Technology. Marekara technology is not technologing properly.
Maybe, Prof. Andrew, do you want to just run through it?
Yeah. Oh, it's your one.
But that's what you were saying.
Yeah, it's there.
Do you want to give him a computer with the presentation so we can go through it?
Yeah, but I don't have a copy. No, it's not there. No, it was not sent to me. It was sent. This is a different. No, I was not sent that. It's on there, yeah. Yeah. Is it coming through? can I present from the podium, Honorable Chair? I can't see it there.
We do have a number of presentations from yourself, so if we know which one, that's why I wanted it to appear there so that we know which one we can open on our systems.
It's the one that the chair was using to present, the chair of council. The slide was queued for me to present and it suddenly disappeared. And I had it on the computer, but it's not projecting on the screen. So I'm happy to just present straight from the computer on the picture.
Why, Anel?
Yeah. So Chair, if you have the presentation, this is item 6, that starts with termination of the contractor.
Honorable Chair, can I present from the front, from the computer? Okay, thank you. Good morning, once again, honorable members. I apologize that it's not showing on the screen, but I'm continuing from where the chair has left off and where the Vice Chancellor also left. I'm going to be talking about number 6, the termination of contract with TEMI as the DUT 355 principal contractor and the appointment of Barkhorn as project manager. I will not read directly from the notes, but I will keep to the points on the slide and in your pack, and try and be precise in my reporting. So the 355 comprised 2 sites. There's a site on the Durban campus, and there's a site on the Indomiso campus. You've seen part of the site on the Indomiso campus. You would not have seen, I assume, the site on the Durban campus. Both these projects were combined under 355, and it started just after 2019, through the COVID period. We came to a stage where we've been having difficulties with the principal contractor, and it's named here as TEMI. I should make you aware that the university is currently in litigation with TEMI Construction. So we need to be, so it's a matter that's sub judice. I understand parliamentary privilege, but I just want to point out that that matter is sub judice at the moment. And in a moment, you will see why. Okay, I'm going to continue. So through a process that started for some time in 2024 and as early as 2023, we finally went through a process to terminate the services of the principal contractor of DUT 355. The reason can be summarized as just non-performance and non-delivery, and it really was a breach of contract. But you just can't terminate people like that because of the contractual obligations. So we went through a process of terminating, and around about January 2025, TEMI Construction as the principal contractor was terminated. in order to make sure that the project goes forward or continues to its expected end, a company, Barcon, was appointed to project manage the entire construction going forward. They were not the principal contractors. They're not a construction company. It's a professional company. And they helped to quantify the amounts owing by the various professionals and by TEMI to the university, because we entered into litigation. Barcon was brought in to manage the subcontractors, and we decided, for good reason, to keep the same, more or less the same subcontractors that TEMI had. Part of the problem with TEMI is that we've been paying TEMI, but they weren't paying the subcontractors, so the work came to a standstill. This was over a period of time. Barcon came in, and the delivery date for the project was the end of July 2025. The project was on track until there were some issues found, such as if you open the taps, there was no water coming out of the taps. You broke the tiles and found that pipes were missing. So there was a slight delay with Barcon, but not unreasonable. In fact, if the site weren't closed, the project would have been completed by now. The percentage completion on Pietermaritzburg, for example, on the Indomiso campus, is about 95% complete. And you would have witnessed the project success thus far. So, contrary to the narrative peddled by the Sunday World, and by the way, we are dealing with that issue appropriately as well. And we've also published our own article in 5 different news outlets as to what the truth is. We've also made representation to the Honorable Minister as to what the truth is. And we also had a report, an external audit report on the 355 project, without any adverse findings, by the way. But contrary to what was peddled by the Sunday World, the Barcon project managers' costs only add up to 2 million rand. That's the professional fee. The rest of the remaining budget of 75 million rand was to complete the project and pay the subcontractors. And that was working well until the Department of Labor, after hearing the Sunday World article, and reading the Sunday World article, came on to campus, inspected the site, and closed the site. I can get into reasons as to what was cited in closing the site. We contested that. However, in terms of the Act, the Department of Labor does have the prerogative to come and close the site down without giving much detailed reason if they believe it's a safety issue. We were in negotiations with them to open the site, and that process is continuing. Chair, Honorable Chair, and to my Chair of Council, perhaps I should stop here because I would imagine there may be more questions. But in a nutshell, that's where DUT 355 is at the moment. If the site is opened, I just need to check with Mr. Mshlongo. I think it's within a month to 6 weeks, we can have practical completion of both the sites on the Durban campus and on the Indomiso campus. Allow me to stop the Honorable Chair, and then we can continue after you give the go-ahead.
Yeah, maybe before you sit down, if you can just give the reasons that were given by Labor so that members can note them down.
Sure. So, by Labor, you mean Department of Labor, right? When they came in, they said that let me just go back further. Under TEMI construction, we had no issues with the Department of Labor because they have given us health and safety clearance certificate, and so construction could continue. When we terminated TEMI, Their narrative was that we need another certificate to operate on the site. We pointed out to them, we wrote to them as early as February, informing them that we have terminated the contract term. We have a new arrangement where DOT is taking over the project. And this is what's left of the project. And the model is that we have Barcon, who is managing the subcontractors on behalf of DOT, et cetera, and we pointed out they never responded to us, but we have informed them, and our professionals told us that that arrangement shouldn't be a problem. Now, that was in February, so we continued work under the new system up until August, when the Sunday World article came out. The Sunday World article came out at the same time that we started litigation with Temi Construction. Despite us giving them the truth of the matter as much as possible, remember it's sub judice, so we couldn't answer all the questions of the press. They still went ahead and printed whatever they wanted to print. We laid a complaint to the press ombudsman, and we're still waiting. In fact, we've made numerous calls, and they say they have a delay as to what they're going to do and how they're going to deal with the Sunday World. So the Department of Labor came on site and closed the site, and we've been in negotiations with them, and they have agreed with us that the original conditions do not hold any longer because we've gone far ahead in the construction process. The latest is that they now want a letter of good standing from the subcontractors. But some of the subcontractors are irrelevant because those projects have been completed. So this is where we are in negotiating with the Department of Labor. I will be happy to take detailed questions, Chairperson.
Yes, I think I can then round off and just give the status of where DUT Council is. And you realize that between 2023 to 24, we went through quite a very difficult patch. And I think the labor court application helped to calm the council and get us back on track. What council has done is that, given that lots of wrong things were done, and we ordinarily would have our own code of conduct committee to correct any wrongdoing that may have happened. And collectively as council, we acknowledge that we are not in a position to be able to be a code of conduct committee ourselves. So we appointed an external code of conduct committee, which handled all the complaints from within council, and that is in progress. And that report is due to be received by council at the November scheduled council meeting. But from a governance point of view, council has sat over the last 12 months on all scheduled council meetings and has provided the necessary governance over that period of time. And there is calm in council. We are making decisions that needs to be made. We are making appointments that needs to be made. The latest appointment being that of DVC Teaching and Learning, Professor Kumete, who's here. And we are progressing very well. I'm happy to take any questions around governance, if there are any. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now give IF Agrowadan from management point of view, VC. Oh, okay,
Chair.
you do have a presentation, another one. Huh?
There are other presentations
Yeah,
because
take
of
us
the
through.
list of
Issues.
items that the portfolio committee wanted to have sight of. We do have, just for the portfolio committee to get a sense of where we are on teaching and learning, for example, and other important aspects that really make up or that are about what a university really is. And even though Professor Gumede is relatively new, I would like him to take us through some of those aspects, including aspects about what we really offer here, as opposed to what used to be the case before we started the process of redeveloping this campus. And I think it's very clear when you are here where we are and you go towards the towards my right, that everybody can see that there is a new part of the campus that is developing on that part of Indumiso campus. Those who might have been here in the late 70s, early 80s, when this was a college of education, can clearly see the difference. And again, I should always mention that when we talk about the precinct and its development, we are not just talking about something that is separate from the infrastructure that we just looked at earlier. There was no engineering here, and we are probably the only campus here in the country that has developed engineering programs within a township. We think that is very, very important to show that those engineering programs are not just good for either historically advantaged institutions or the towns, but we could also go into a township like this and develop those programs. So the engineering 1, engineering 2 buildings are simply about developing more and more in the area of engineering here, which was never the case until we started this process. So that's one of the things that we'll get from the presentation by the Deputy Vice Chancellor. Of course, issues around our success rates, issues around our throughput rates, and a number of other very important aspects of our academic business. Again,
DVC.
yes, DVC, please.
Can the
Thanks,
DVC proceed? Sure.
Thanks, Honorable Chair in absentia, Acting Chair. We're going to put up the presentation. I'm not sure with your permission if I'm able to do what Prof. Andrew did, if I could stand in front there so I can control it. With your permission, am I able to? Thank you.
Put that thing on, man. The one that was, okay. That's one. From the beginning. Oh, okay. This one. No. Close this one. It's somewhere here. This one.
Yeah.
Go for it.
It seems to have disappeared again. Oh, what's happening?
Supposed to duplicate this thing. Sorry, 1 second.
Nelson is there. Don't know.
Yeah, come on.
see, people double up with anything. You could be able to justify or continue existence. Yeah.
You see, it seems that there's issues on your ICT people. They seem very disorganized. They're very destructive in terms of our meeting.
Yes. Agree.
I do agree. This is less than desirable. Can I then, with the permission of the chair, that Professor Kumete proceeds with his presentation in the interest of time?
Sure. Please, VC, also switch off your mic. Your mic is on there. Please proceed, DVC. We'll look at the presentations whilst your people are dealing with whatever they're dealing with there. Just proceed with the presentation, please. This is not. Unless you also can't find your own presentation in that laptop, then it's a serious concern.
Thanks, Chair. We updated the slides just a day or two ago, so it would have been helpful to see what I'm talking to. So I hope they succeed, but it doesn't look like they do.
DVC, do we have the updated slides as the portfolio committee?
I hope they were circulated. I circulated to the secretariat, and they can be forwarded immediately if they don't have, if they didn't circulate them.
Please go ahead, Professor Kumete.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
This is our meeting. You're not the one to tell your staff to continue. We don't have the updated presentation, so you're not chairing this meeting. DVC, we just want to find out if we have the presentation, the updated one. Anele, do we have it, the updated one?
It can be circulated, Mr. Mbata.
Please proceed.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. So I suppose, well, I was just going to start with highlighting how we're approaching student success at DUT. And the first point perhaps to make is that we are guided by our philosophy of education, which is states as our creativity and innovation shapes adaptive graduates that transform society. So the focus really is that our graduates must be adaptive. They have to be innovative. They have to be creative. They have to be entrepreneurial, and that they should transform society. And our statement of intent, and this is based on our Envision 2030, is our people would be creative, innovative, entrepreneurial, and adaptive to changes in the world. Our people will participate productively in the development of our region, our country, and the world. And this really is what essentially guides how we approach student success. And we have various initiatives that are also in annual reports. And perhaps to highlight some of this key areas, really, I'm on a slide now that shows retention rates, which effectively is the opposite of dropout. And these have been improving over the years. So starting from about 90% in around 2018 and going up to about 93% in 2023 and about 96% in 2024. It's something that we thought we should highlight, that students do stay. There is dropout, of course, but students that come in that register to stay on for an appropriate period until they complete their studies. We also highlight in the slide the funding a significant amount, of course, a percentage that comes from NFSAS, NSFAS, about 82%, and we have students that are self-funded, about 16% of those are of our student population, and lastly, excluding NSFAS, those that have got other bursaries, 2% of those. In this slide, this is a fourth slide that's showing many important indicators around success, which is something that we consider to be very important. So we highlight here or indicate success rates by population groups, which I think these rates are commendable, for a lack of a better phrase. If you look over the years, as we demonstrate from 2018 to 2024, if you break this down, if you disaggregate it by a population group, all population groups seem to be doing relatively well. Although I think we do need to pay attention to certain population groups, but I think overall the performance, the success rates are encouraging. And then by gender, like I guess maybe on a lighter note, the aspects of life where females seem to be doing very well. The slide on my right, the graph on my right corner, showing success rates by gender, staying above 90%. Throughout for the period that we show here. An area of concern and something that we're looking at closely are undergraduate graduation rates. So for the period that we look at here, showing relative decline from about 2020 to about 2023, and then stabilizing. And there may be different explanations for that. It's something that we've been looking at quite closely. How do we ensure that we at least keep the levels that we're at around 2020, 2021? But obviously, we need to be improving these graduation rates. This could also be linked to the increase in the number of programs, because how these figures are calculated, they have to take into account entire enrollments. So the student population is, of course, growing as we introduce more programs. The program qualification mix of the university has been expanding significantly over the years, and in the last 3 years, adding a lot more programs, and this could have the implications for these rates. The throughput rates in a slide that I'm at now, still not showing, and apologies for that. Showing, in a sense, I think arguably the impact of COVID, that if you look for a sense for a 3-year diploma, throughput rates that were relatively high before COVID and post-COVID period, reducing, but these reductions are not alarming, arguably, but it does imply that there's something that has happened, and maybe the students that came in before and during the COVID period are not doing as well in completing their qualifications in record time. Want to talk about our tools that we use to track student performance and the interventions that we implement. We have amongst the tools we have at the university, the Auto Scholar, which tracks the performance of students, and that information then is used to identify students that are not doing very well, the modules that could be considered to be of high risk or priority that need attention, and that information is then used to guide the interventions that we must make to improve student success, to improve student academic performance. I'm on a slide now that indicates student development, a whole range of interventions that we have in place to ensure that the interventions on student performance are comprehensive, not only in the academic, but also extracurricular. On the academic side, we go into a lot of detail about academic advising, how we advise students, how we implement the first year student experience, technology in learning, student-led conversations, the senior year student experience, mental health and wellness, tutorials, and these tutorials are both in that take place on campus and those that are implemented in the residencies. So there are also tutorials in the residencies that take place in the residencies and of course other interventions that we implement. I'm on a slide now, this second last slide, where we show over the years the programs that are now offered in our Midlands campuses. So a list of them per faculty. And when they were introduced, as we show here, quite a number of programs. And I think this is a point that the Vice Chancellor and Principal was making, that for a long time, we mainly had education programs here, School of Education and its programs. However, we've expanded, as you can see, for accounting and informatics, a whole range of programs now around accounting, management accounting, business information management, and so forth that have been introduced over the years. With engineering and the built environment, quite a whole range of programs that have been introduced since 2016 in our Midlands campuses, and others that are forthcoming that would be that we're in the process of introducing and maybe moving from the Durban campuses, or ensuring that they're offered in both campuses. For the arts and design, of course, is the School of Education, and please pardon the error there. It's supposed to be 2021, 2022 for the Bachelor of Education, and a whole range of programs that we now offer, comprehensive, arguably, a suite of programs in education here at the Midlands campuses for management sciences, this long list that we indicate here, and when they started, and as well as health sciences. And lastly, for the built engineering and the built environment, indicating additional programs when they commenced, and some that we're looking at. Here, maybe to highlight that we're also moving from the 180 credits diplomas to 360 diplomas, and that work is undergoing, and of course that needs to be done together with the professional bodies around this. I'm going to stop here, Chair, Honorable Chair of Council. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much, and thanks to Prof. Gumede. I know, Chair, that there has been an opportunity for a presentation on infrastructure, but that presentation is limited to what we call DUT 355, the Sunday World articles, and what happened. And it might give the wrong impression that that's all we are about here at these campuses. So there is another focused presentation by real estate on other things that we are doing to develop these campuses based here in Pietermaritzburg. So I hope that that presentation is ready for Mr. Mhlongo, I think, or I don't know whether it's Prof. Andrew or Mr. Mhlongo who will make that presentation. And it just gives a broad picture of even the spatial plan 2020 to 2040 that we are trying to implement as part of all of these infrastructure developments. Is it? So I may have to be. So what do those guys have? Because there is an older presentation. But maybe I can go through it.
It's not here. Should we just get your computer?
Presentation, it's on the main test. Your presentation is where? It should be part of the presentation. Same one. Yeah, it should be. This one finished. This one finished.
That's not the one.
You got it there.
Yeah, but it's an Apple.
Okay, we'll get that adapter quickly.
It's not this one. Yeah, that's our one.
This one is 3.5.
Yeah, yeah. Is it here?
Continue. That's 3.5.
It's all there. Okay. You can just run through the whole thing and there we go.
I'll take this out now.
Is it coming all right, Mr. Mhlongo?
Is it coming? Yes. It's not. Should work. It's better.
I don't know. How do you want it?
See, we can put it on the memory stick and then go there. Just put it on the memory stick here.
Okay.
Try it again here because this was working.
What do you want to do?
Put it on this memory stick.
It's coming through. It's there.
They'll control it.
Okay. But where's the presentation? Oh yeah, there's it there. Okay, so you can speak and then you can just look at that one. What you can do is there we go. And then you can just
Thank you, Chair. Can I continue, Chair? Thank you.
I'll, I'll just continue with the presentation. The slides have been circulated. If I can just continue, Chair, with the presentation. The presentation outline. It's not moving on my side. That's not the problem. It's not moving. Is that? Yeah. It's put it in presentation mode. It's not moving. Okay. There we go. But it isn't really. I'll just move it manually. It's fine. Yeah. Just speak to that slide then. Yeah. I'll speak to those ones. It's fine. Let's ask them to put on the presentation mode. Yeah. It's fine. Okay. Thank you, Chair. You don't need this here. Yeah. I'll just speak to the presentation on the screen because it's not moving. It's fine. We can continue. Can I continue? Okay, thank you. So the first few slides just gives the overall status of the DUT 355 as we know it. I don't know, I don't see it here, so let me just take the mic. My apologies, Chair. Let me rather stand here so that I can see on the board. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So this is just gives the update of the 355. You can continue on the next slide. Yeah, this is the outside of the building, how it looks like at the moment, and the interior. At Steve Biko in Durban, the project due to 355 has got two aspects or two buildings. It's the multi-purpose halls as well as student center, including the parkade. So you will see that the top part just gives the view, the outside view of the multi-purpose hall. And this is the halls inside, including the parkade. Thank you. This is the student center and the fire tanks as well as the lift installed. And this is in Dumiso. We've seen this building, so I'm not going to repeat what we've seen. Thank you. And this is the in Dumiso building that these are the buildings that we visited. Thank you. So the next presentation just gives an overview of the DUT infrastructure plan. We call it the spatial plan that was approved. Thank you. We can go to the next slide. This is the Indomiso where we are at the moment in 2015 up to 2015, 2020, how it has developed over time. Thank you. This is the last one. This is 2025. So I just thought, let me just give you a helicopter view of the development within the precinct. Thank you. So the spatial plan, we started in 2017, just doing the review of the spatial plan. We review the status at the time. Over time, this just gives the timelines of when the DUT spatial plan was approved in 2022. The special plan, in terms of the planning, has got 3 phases. There is phase 1, which is currently on the go. If you go to Steve Biko as well as Riston campuses, we've got phase 1 on the ground. It started in 2020 after the approval of the special plan in 2021. We then started developing the projects. So the first phase consists of the construction of the main building, as well as the Papa Joe, including the parkade, health sciences, innovation hub, lecture venues. All those buildings are current in construction. They started in 2022. And then phase 2 will start immediately at the conclusion of phase 1. Phase 1 is planned to conclude in mid next year. So we have started with the planning of the phase 2. It was approved, and I've indicated the projects that are within phase 2. Thank you. So in phase 1, these are the projects that are already in progress, starting in Steve Biko. The construction of Papa Joe, it's a left building, if you're looking at this picture, the left, and admin building on the right. If you go now at Steve Biko, you will see those buildings. They are almost complete. We are on the final phases of those buildings, including the other buildings that I've mentioned in the Health Science Innovation Hub, lecture venues, as well as the multi-story parking and Innovation Hub. All those buildings are currently in construction. Thank you. And these are all the projects that are within phase 1, that, as I've indicated, the phase 1 project is planned to finish next year. Half of them will be finished by end of this year. So as part of the university special plan, what we did in 2017 as part of the assessments and also the audits, that was also conducted by the department. The department then approved the implementation of macro infrastructure framework, which all the universities were supposed to start implementing in 2022, from 2021 to 2022. That was aimed at trying to align and develop how the university manages infrastructure, as real estate, buildings, and facilities. So as DUT as well, we have gone through that process. We have the executive as well as the council approved the implementation of macro infrastructure framework after going through the self-assessments and all the preparatory work in 2024. We then started with the implementation. This slide just gives you the view of where we are with the implementation of the macro infrastructure framework, which is really aimed at trying for us as the university, improving how we manage the infrastructure, how we deal with the issues of day-to-day in terms of operations. So it's just aiming to indicate where we are with that. As part of also the Envision 2030, you would see that the key perspectives talking about sustainability, we as DOT as well have implemented. We've got quite a number of targets in terms of contributing towards sustainability. There's 3 key pillars or key aspects to that. It's energy management, it's water management, as well as waste management. As part of the Envision 2030, as well as part of the Spatial Development Plan and the approvals of the development, there were conditions that were attached to that. Is that in terms of utilities, in terms of consumption, we were given certain targets to reduce in terms of utilities and also to contribute towards sustainability. So we have started with that. There is quite a number of projects that are on the go that we've initiated. This slide just gives you an overall view where we are, which projects are on the go in terms of energy management projects, as well as the water management projects. You would have seen that also as we moved through the residences on the top, part of the challenges that Indomiso campus had was the period it takes if there's water shedding or water challenges. They will go 3 days, 4 days without water. So you would have seen that all the residents, as we speak, have fitted with water retention tanks, which is aimed at ensuring that there's continuous water supply in case there is no water. We've gone further in terms of also installed the boreholes, which supplies the same water in case there's water shortages, and those are automated. So if there's no water, the campus still operates. We do have the water supply, and it's automated. It goes through the system. So all those projects are on the go, as I've indicated here. Thank you, Chair. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much to Mr. Mhlongo. I think we will end it here in case there are questions on other aspects. I think we'll be able to deal with those questions.
No, thank you very much. Not in case, there will be plenty of questions. I'm just joking. I have.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Oh, okay. Oh, ngifuna ngivele ku-TV. This is the outline of the presentation of the Institutional Forum of DUT. I know I was asked to talk about 3 things, which is the overview on the state of affairs of the university from the perspective of the IF, the challenges of the university from the perspective of the IF, and the recommendations. But I thought it was fair for me as the chair, maybe to provide the background of where we are and why I have some perspectives in terms of the challenges that we have as the university and also the recommendations. We have the introduction, the background. Before I was elected as the chair of the IF at DUT, and also the issues of membership, constituencies, our duty as the IF, overviews, challenges, and then recommendations. I have a very long introduction, Chair, but I will try to be as brief as possible. I will not be reading word by word, but I will be trying to provide some information which is presented here. And I'm aware that the committee has the presentation. The presentation is precisely based on the guidelines that were provided by the former Minister of Department of Higher Education and Training, which was published in 2017, which speaks about which is the guideline of the good governance and practices, which guide all universities in South Africa, not just DUT only. And my objective or my thinking of DUT was aligned with this guideline that were presented by the minister the former minister after the assessment that was done by several professors who were appointed to advise the minister on the governance affairs of the universities in South Africa. But I will mainly focus on chapter 4 of the guidelines, which consist of 9 chapters. But my focus is mainly on chapter 4. It goes further and gives us some advice or indication or guidelines on the role of different structures of the university and powers of different structures, which consist of the council, which is the highest authority in the university, and the powers of the minister and several stakeholders of the university. The reason I focus mainly on chapter 4 is that it speaks about the factionalism and internal divisions within the universities. So when this guideline was developed, this was not designed for DUT, but it was designed for all the universities in South Africa. And section 4.4 speaks precisely on the factionalism and international divisions, which in this case, DUT is not excluded from these challenges that were identified by this committee. And 4.7.1 speaks about stakeholderization by members of statutory bodies or statutory structures of the university. And I will go more on details when I speak to this on the other sections. And also, in terms of the chapter 9 of the guidelines, which is the recommendations, they also speak about the number of council members that you have in South Africa, whereby you have between 28 to 30 members of council in South Africa, which by the recommendation that is made here is that it's very difficult sometimes to take decisions when you have a lot of people with different ideas. So the recommendation that was made in 2017 was that it's much better to streamline the structure to focus on various areas as per the expertise of council members. And the recommendation that was made is that at least 24, with the highest recommendation of having 20 members of council members to oversee the universities in South Africa. Now, the background of the IF at DUT before I was elected as the chairperson, not as a member. I was elected as a member and then I was elected as the chairperson of IF. There were so many issues between the IF and council, which in any case, councils are expected to take an advice from IF on issues of transformation and issues of policy direction of the university. So in this case, we had a lot of issues here before I was elected as the chair. And this information is also minuted. There are minutes of these meetings. As a result, the executive committee of the time of the IF requested a meeting with the chairperson of council. And they had a meeting to discuss issues of the relationship between the IF and council at the time, which happened in 2020 before I was elected as the chair. Some of the issues that were raised were the issue of agenda items, which items must fall within the scope of IF, and which items are classified as operational items, which have got nothing to do with governance, which then, in this case, IF is not responsible for the management and operations of the university. But the role of the IF is to focus on issues of governance and advise council. So IF have a relationship with council, not with staff members of the university. And in this case, the issues that were raised or the discussion that have taken place, which are minuted between the IF executive and the chair and the deputy chair of council, was a case where the IF was now mainly focusing on issues of staff rather than focusing on issues of transformation as prescribed by the Act, the Higher Education Act, and the Statute of the University. In terms of the membership and constituencies in IF, we are well constituted. We have all the bodies that should be represented in IF. And I must say, Chair, DUT have the amended or the latest statute which was approved in 2023 February by the former Minister of Education and Training, Dr. Blaine Zimande. So we had to change the operations as the IF in order for us to be aligned with the new statute. And we had several workshops to ensure that we are able to apply our minds when we are making recommendations or advice to council. In light of that, we also visited universities in the Western Cape to learn how they are doing things in the Western Cape. We visited the 4 universities that are in the Western Cape as part of the benchmarking exercise where we met the IF executives. We also met the registrar of the university. Only 4 members were able to attend the benchmarking exercise. And due to all the developments that I've mentioned above, we had to develop the new terms of reference of IF so that we can be aligned with the benchmarking exercise that we conducted in 2023. And secondly, we must align our terms of reference with the new statute of the university that was approved by the minister. So the terms of reference was approved in 2024 by council. And Chair, these are the fiduciary duties and competencies of the structure, which I think in this case, we are able to apply all these areas of expertise of the IF in advising the council of the university, where we participate in all areas that are prescribed by the Act and by the statute of the university. Whether the appointment of the executives, whether engaging on issues of the institutional culture, whether issues of fundamental human rights. So we are very much involved in all these activities as the institutional forum. Now, back to what I was asked to do by the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education. I was asked to speak about the overview on the state of affairs of the university from our perspective. Well, there has been some challenges at DUT that we have observed over time, where in 2022, there were some challenges where some community members decided to infiltrate the university and wanted to access tenders in the university, which is a problem. And we see that as IF as the problem, to say universities need to be protected against all the criminalities that are happening outside of the university, in order for us to make sure that there is a proper teaching and learning and there is safety and security observed at the university. We had over this term, we also had some staff protest, student protest, and some convocation challenges. I must also declare, colleagues or chair, that I'm here as the chairperson of the Institutional Forum, but I'm deployed by the convocation of the university. I was also a student at DUT, and I was elected as the member of the convocation. So we do have some challenges there at this point, but I think it's not my area to talk about this. And then we also have some issues of stakeholder engagement, which I think the relationship between all the stakeholders is very important. So we need to see that, we need to see all different stakeholders participating in all the relevant activities according to the Act and the statute. The university has encountered some challenges by the relationship between some stakeholders. So these challenges refer to what I spoke about earlier on, because if there is no proper relationship between IF and council, there will be a challenge, there will be a problem. Because IF consists of different stakeholders within the university, and also the council also consists of different stakeholders. So if we have these challenges, it becomes very difficult for the council to take advice from IF, and it's also difficult for IF to make an advice to council because there's no proper relationship. And also, the issue of statutory bodies trying to co-manage with the university. So this one referred to the same challenge that I spoke about, where before I became the chair, IF wanted to be involved in everything that happens in the university, which became very problematic because the university have different structures. So all these structures have their own mandate. So as an IF, we cannot be found representing the students. There's an SRC that is representing students. And in IF, we have SRC members that are representing SRC. We cannot be found talking about issues of employment when there are unions in place and there are structures in place that address issues of employment or employees of the university. So we don't want to find ourselves in, so ever since I came, that idea of co-management and overstepping our mandate as an IF is no longer there. Because IF has a specific mandate as per the guidelines that I've indicated there, which is outlined by the statute of the university and by the Higher Education Act. And then about the issue of the infrastructure development, these are some of the challenges. I think Mr. Mhlongo have been able to address those challenges that we have seen as the IF. Then lastly, the recommendations to take the university forward in the perspective of the IF. We strongly believe that there should be a way of engaging between these different stakeholders. Then we need to establish regular, transparent communication channels with council, management, students, staff, and other stakeholders. Even though we have different stakeholders and all these members, all these statutory bodies are represented in various stakeholders. Let it be the council is an SRC representing SRC members in council. They are also representing SRC members in IF. But we strongly believe that if these engagements are structural, maybe there will be a way forward in order for all other members to understand what is happening. Primarily because the challenge might be that the members that are representing certain structures in the other structure might not be able to provide the real issues that have been presented. Some information might be diluted. So you will find a situation whereby structures just agree with what the rep is saying to them without understanding the crux of the matter or the real issues that are happening in that particular structure. And we also believe that the workshops and seminars will be able to help. I know the Office of the Registrar have been able to organize some workshops. Maybe if these workshops are not organized for individual structures, if maybe there can be a group of different structures in order for them to be able to understand the point of governance when it comes to their mandates and their responsibilities. And then also to strengthen internal governance and representation. So it's a matter of addressing issues and also aligning matters to the right platform or to the right structure without having to, when we have issues, you just raise those issues wherever you want to without understanding where that issue belongs to. So I think I would like to end there, Chair.
Thank you very much. IF, Labour. Yeah, if you can.
Can use this one. We have submitted we have submitted.
Morning, colleagues, honorable members. I would like to greet you all. My name is Tobane Madlala, chairperson of NEHAU. My presentation will be very short as I am. So, but it will cover most of the important elements that we believe that should be covered. Chair, I must indicate in DT we have 3 unions. This presentation is covering 2 of the 3 in terms of the challenges that we are having in duty. Once again, thank you for this opportunity. We hope this will yield some positive results towards some challenges that we are facing as an institution. Chair, if you look into historical challenges of the institution, you will note that there was a merger between 2 institutions, between 2 institutions at a time. And if you go back, you will learn that historically there were different forms of employment that were used back then. As a result of that, there were some people who were occupying some key responsibilities or position within the institution. When we had a merger, those positions had to then be reviewed. In 2018 to 2023, there was a significant change that took place. And that change in terms of the institution, but that change did not only affect the institution, but it also boiled down to affect the unions. If I'm talking about those changes that happened in that time, you will note that you will remember that there was issues of qualification, especially the master saga that we had. You will also learn that that on its own, within the unions, it then created some divisions because of our different strategies that we're applying in resolving our problems. Do I go back? Okay, sorry about that, Chair. Thank you. Are we fine? Okay. Right. That being said, there was lots of tension that came about. I'm sure some of the results we can still even feel them today because of the changes that have been happening continuously. Some unions were seen to be more sympathetic to the management, whilst others were seen to be fighting for the workers. And as a result of that, this did not only affect the unions in terms of general unions, but it also boiled down to the management, the leaders of the unions, and goes down as well to the staff members. General staff members were also affected because in this period as well, that is where we then felt the impact of misinformation and false information that was shared. And it still does continue at some level of information that has been shared that is not entirely true about each other as labor in particular. Right. This is a bone of contention that we have with management, restructuring. Um, we as Labour, we rejected restructuring initially. That was our whole thing. But what we felt is that obviously it deepened the mistrust that already staff members have on management to say already there was no trust on management when it comes to labor issues, and now they're bringing up restructuring. So basically, they're reducing the number of staff members that we are having in our institution. And also, there was no clear path in terms of the implementation of the restructuring. The restructuring processes, we felt that it wasn't that much clear toward us as staff members, and we did try to probe at some level to find some of the answers regarding the restructuring. Well, as Nehao and Tewe in particular, I remember we did have a joint meeting with management that even went up to as far as Saturday, where we had some sessions trying to find solutions because there were letters already that were issued to staff members to say they will be laid off as a result of restructuring. I think it was 154 staff members that were affected by that. And as Nehao and Teu, we took our time on Saturday, we sat down with management, we convinced them successfully not to release those staff members. As a result of that, immediately after that meeting, an email was sent out to say those staff members will not then, those letters will then be nullified of releasing those staff members. Obviously, the restructuring is still continuing, but what we've been seeking for from management and Council of Duty is to say, please give us the entire structure of restructuring so we can see those staff members who will be affected where they can be best placed. For an example, you'll find that there's someone who's currently in finance that might be best placed somewhere else after we've done the process, rather than to say, let the person go home and lose a job. So that is what we've been trying to do with management. Obviously, most of our staff members, as a result of this restructuring that was brought into place, their stress levels are high, level of anxieties, and so many other things. As a result of this as well, low performance turnout in terms of their duties as well. They are not that motivated, of which is what we need to go back and correct as Labour together with management, because we believe that if you need to find a solution, you must work within. Hence why we are still sitting in LMCF, Labour Consultative Forum. Well, as Nehao in particular, we did recuse ourselves in LMCF at some point. But however, our members felt that we should go back because that's the only platform where we can try and persuade and convince management to find solutions in any problems that we are having. And then as a result of that, we decided to go back to LMCF, in as much as we feel that most of the decisions that are taken in LMCF are constantly in favor of management, but we believe to be inside than to be outside because we'll not be able to influence any decisions in processes of LMCF. But also, one of the major reasons why we went back is because there was also a decision that was taken that was not in favor of our staff members. A policy was approved and we're not part of influencing that policy. So our staff members felt that that policy is not in favor of them and it's not helping us and it's not helping the entire institution not to be part of that Labour Consultative Forum. Right. These are some of the disadvantages that we are having as Labour when it comes to LMCF. You'll note that we will take a decision in LMCF, and then that decision still needs to go to other committees as well. Those committees will decide and discuss in those platforms. Remember, LMCF is a consultation forum. It's not a platform where we can make final decision as Labour. However, there are other committees that take final decision on matters, and as Labour, we are not well represented in those committees. And also, whenever we're having disagreements on LMCF, there's no clear conflicts resolution committee to find solutions that were having, solutions to the problems that were having at that particular time. So these are some of the major issues that were also going through. Right. When it comes to policies, consultations, I remember not so long ago, we had a session, I think it was last year, August, we had a session with the Senior Commissioner of CCMA, and there's something that he said there that some of us, we really don't like to accept, but we respect. He said that consultation does not mean consensus, right? So we are trying by all means to sit in these platforms and have that consultation, but it does not really necessarily means that we will have to agree on matters all the time. However, we believe that when decisions are being taken, at least let's consider the labor, let them find their voices in these decisions that are being taken by the institution. I think that will also keep them motivated and encouraged to continue doing their jobs. Right. We also feel that the management can do, the institution as a whole, we can have a better communication when it comes to these changes and these policies of the institutions that are being taken in. And lastly, there's an issue, we did raise it. We hopefully that we'll find a platform to deal with it. The issue of shortlistings and interviews, where the institution, in terms of the shortlisting in particular, we understand the part of interviews, but shortlisting in particular, the voice of the labor is not really heard in that space of shortlisting, because it's very clear in our document that we are there as in an observer status as labor. But we also we don't want to sit in a platform to observe the wrong things being done. I'm not saying that they are doing the wrong things, but we don't want to just sit there and be voiceless, just to observe you doing whatever you're doing. We also want to have a meaningful contribution towards that shortlisting, where we can say, let's look into this, and how that will obviously give us the best candidates for the job in terms of our institutions. Right. When it comes to permanent positions, we recently had a town hall meeting that was called by the Vice Chancellor. It was 2 town halls meeting in particular. It was one that was dealing with administrative staff and one that was dealing with academic staff. We were so happy when he indicated that all those staff members who are on contract, the academic staff members in particular who are on contract, they should find a mechanism to make them be permanent. And we even went as far as to sending him an email to say, we'd like to be part of the process as labor, as so to oversee the entire process. We are still waiting for the process to start, so that we can then make sure that those staff members become permanent. I think that is one of the victories that we as labor, we can say we are enjoying right now, or will enjoy in the near future. But when it comes to administrative staff, there hasn't been that much in terms of converting those who are not on permanent post. Those who are on contract to be on permanent post. These are the recent developments, recognition agreement with unions. We were invited, we did receive an email for some discussions around the new recognition agreement. As I've indicated earlier on, that these 3 unions that are here, and in those 3 unions, some of us did not respond or attend to that email for various reasons. However, subsequent to that, it then affected us in terms of, as we are speaking right now, we do have access to our emails as unions. However, we cannot send emails, but we can only receive emails. Anele will know that because we've recently sent using our personal emails the presentations that we have for today. We hope that we will find solution to this. The sooner the better. And then these are some of our recommendations that we have. Obviously, I've been touching on them as moving along. To say, we obviously, as DT, we speak of transparency. So we want communications and decisions that are being taken to be communicated more effectively to our staff members. Develop develop and communicate a clear institutional restructuring plan. So we want the institution to make sure that they communicate that very clearly. But above all, it must also accommodate the staff, as I've indicated, that if someone maybe is in finance and we find that there's a restructuring in finance, maybe out of 20 staff members, we can only accommodate 15. What's the plan for that 5 that is outstanding? Can we then find other avenues to accommodate them? Also, we, as union, have indicated that we would like to have more influence. Hence why I was indicating the issue of us in LMCF having a voice that is influential. But also, there are other structures within the university that take final decisions. I know some of them, we might not be part of them, but we like to, in LMCF, to be in a best position as well to take final decisions that will go out for implementation purposes. And then the issue of contracts, we did touch on that. But whilst we are still on the issue of contracts, we have quite a number of academics and non-academics that are on contract. We are hopeful that after today or going forward, we'll find a space where we can then have them to be permanent at least. This is where I end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Labour. Students.
Greetings to everyone, all protocol observed as we mentioned earlier. So my name is Sihlenkosi, the SRC president. One thing that I must first mention, which is something that is some sort of a benefit for my presentation and the information that I'm going to present here today, is that the SRC, we are just the newly elected SRC, but we were fortunate enough that I was serving the 2023-2025 SRC as the finance officer. So I'm familiar with most of the issues that we have on the ground. So we were tasked to engage about the state of the university affairs and the challenges the students face and recommendations to take the institution forward. So I will start from the first point in terms of the progress and Vision 2030 and living values. We've seen a good progress, the way the institution has been moving, you know, starting from being the different, upended and transformed institution. We've seen the institutional culture changing in terms of even the clubs and societies, knowing very well that the history of DUT previously was known as a university of strikes and everything. So we've then moved, even us as an SRC, to be an SRC that is much more engaging in terms of the students and management. Even our way in terms of engaging with other staffs and in most of the levels in the institution, we've grown to understand the living values of the institution. institution to a point that we know that most of the issues we're able to actually solve them in a more respectful way rather than just coming to any engagement, fighting and all of those things. It somehow not helped us, but then we've moved, not only us as the SRC, because we know that even is us as leaders, the leadership that we set to the ground, it will be the one that follows us. And then in terms of improvement in the infrastructure, we've seen as an SRC that there is indeed a great improvement. And most importantly, we've seen it in the class, in the lecture venues, especially from lectures like ML Sultan, Steve Pigo campus, where students have cried a lot and a number of times, saying that there were no air conditioning and the state of the lecture venues were not good. Because when you are considering the throughput rate, the challenges that we have, it's sitting at 42% and the success rate is 87%. The challenges that we have, we not only lies on the issues that we have, we also have students who actually are reluctant in terms of attending classes. In that case, we had the serious issue, even despite in a number of engagements whereby the institution will provide co-curricular activities like the Department of Health and Housing and Rest Life in engaging students to make sure that they are part and parcel of the institution. But we had a number of issues whereby they are not even attending, they are not engaged, and they are those who are actually part and parcel of everything. But then when considering the improvement of the lecture venues, which also I believe that it will also help in terms of making sure that students, they do attend, because we are a university of technology. We know that even if the way lectures engage and even the lecture venues, the state of the lecture venues are very much important for even the success rate of our students. And also we also wish to mention the state of the residencies, because it's also part of the engagement that we know that as the SRC, that was part of 2023-2025, and then we are coming in now, the state of the university affairs. We know that in some of our residencies, they are not in the good state, and also mentioning that we do have the living values and the standard of the Envision 2030. We still have residencies that is still fall far beyond the standard of the institution, and even one of the DHET and norms and standard. We know that actually in reality there is a scarcity of buildings around Durban and also in PMP, but then we know that actually the institution itself really need to at least put more effort in making sure that the state of our residencies, not only the in-sourced and also the outsourced residencies, are a better space for our students. And also I wanted to mention the state of the disruption in terms of our registration. Earlier this year, when we were still in the SRC, we've noticed that there was a number of disruptions in terms of the system within the university. The migration of the data from PeopleSoft, from ITS to PeopleSoft, it resulted to a number of disruption where the registration was even extended by a week. But then we've seen that in terms of all those disruptions, we were able to actually engage with the institution to say part of what is happening, can at least the SRC be updated, and making sure that even the students on the ground are updated. But then most of those issues, we've seen that as the time goes by and the registration was going by, they were resolved and the system was up and running. And we wish to see a situation whereby next year going forward, we are going to be part and parcel of everything, and then making sure that even the students themselves, because most importantly, the system must not only be understood by the staff members and the staff in general, there must be some sort of an induction, even the students themselves, because some of the students, the issues that we had, the university does not allow walk-ins, but then when the students themselves, they do not understand the system of how are they going to access the system and registration and all of those things, they are going to have a serious problem, and then they end up coming to the institutions seeking for help from the clubs and societies. That's whereby we then have challenges of the clubs and societies trying to engage the institution, because we know that even the clubs and societies, they have to go through the SRC, because we are a SRC that was accessible to everyone, to all the clubs, to everyone within the institution. We are not just one-sided because of political engagements and all of those stuff. And then we also wanted to mention, actually most importantly, I wished to mention the working relationship between the DUCH Student Services, AMBIS, and also the student leadership, because not only us as an SRC were being engaged, almost all the leadership within our institution is much more important to be engaged. Even the registrar himself, Dr. Nkonwane, can attest to that. We do have a number of engagements like the Lehotla services, the Lehotla series, and the student-led conversations, whereby not only us and the SRC are being updated, but leaders of clubs and societies, because we know that this term of inclusivity, we must go beyond just being written down. But in terms of engagements, we know that we have a number of clubs at DUT, more than 48 clubs we have. So we know that they represent religious clubs, political clubs, and also social clubs. We know that even those leaders at their own state, they are leading their own constituencies. So being us as an NSRC as a medium term of communication between the students and the management and the staff of duty. It has been moved not only to us as the NSRC. In those Lehotla services, we know that they were able to bring us not only the staff from student services, but most importantly, the registration, the student admission, the finance staff, and other administrative staff, so that we can know that even the leaders of the clubs and societies can engage the staff from duty direct. That has helped, that alone has made sure that even in terms of engagement, in terms of issues, we have been able to be, as student leaders, to be matured enough at duty and sit down in those meaningful dialogues and be able to make improvements in our systems and processes and duty, because we know that even us ourselves as student leaders and students ourselves, we must not just talk about the concept of moving from consultation to co-creation in the institution. We know that even ourselves, we must be capacitated enough so that we can, if in those kind of engagements, we are able to make those contributions. It does not only end at us in terms of the leadership engagements only. We also have a situation whereby the student services itself has invested a number of time and also resources to make sure that the SRC and the clubs and societies, they are given enough capacity building programs. We even had team building capacity programs of the clubs and societies, whereby the clubs and societies themselves, they are able to shape their own POAs, outside POAs of the institution, to say how can they align them with the one of the university, which has built us an environment within the institution that is more at least stable, that is more at least logical, so that even us as leaders, we can make reasonable contribution. But then when I get to some of continuing that, we have also have the in terms of the state of the university affairs, we also had some few issues in the past few months where students were actually committing suicide, which was somehow related to their when we do our research as a necessity, it was related to their own personal life. But we've seen that the investment, but the institution does have counselors and a number of supports that they offer to students. But we've seen that in a number of engagements. So seeing that thing that was happening in the past few months, we've seen that we really need to put more emphasis to the institution at large to say there must be continuous engagement and more investment in terms of the student well-being, because some of the issues that students they have, they cannot actually engage with their peers and all of those things. They really need the universities to make sure that each and every campus, the counselors and the well-being help that is being given to students is more accessible and is available to most of the students. And also one thing that I wish to commend today is the help of the student academic support from CALT, because as the DVC mentioned earlier, that there is also this thing of tutors and peer-to-peer support in terms of academics. We know that that program is actually undergoing within our university, but we wish to see it in a more advanced way in our residencies. Residencies at duty, students are allocated by faculties. We need to see that that program continuing to be more invested in and happening more, because we know that academics must not only end at lecture venues, but the tutors must also help at the residencies, because students, if they are staying in residencies by faculties, it is easy for just to allocate maybe tutors that will help in number of modules. So even those tutors, they must be well paid, because we've seen a number of engagements where even the tutors themselves, they complained about late payments and all of those things. So where our academic officer was trying to engage the department and all of that. But that kind of an initiative is the best initiative that can even improve our success rate and the throughput rate, because students, we've seen that even if students, they do not attend classes more, then we must try to find them at the spaces where they are comfortable at and try to engage them more. Then in the issues that we actually have, this one is serious. But I'm glad that I see Mr. Mukonde really from NSFAS there, because some of the issues here at duty, and not just at duty, but I can assume that in most of the institutions, they mostly come externally, especially from NSFAS. You know, I've been crying for a number of years to say we've never, us as an SRC, had a direct communication with NSFAS. There are a number of students who were defunded during the year, and it brings us to a question to say, whenever the students are being defunded during the year, then which means they are being condemned to fail, which means some of them, they must deregister, they must go out of the system, and that thing is actually giving us a problem at duty, because even in terms of the registration period, the time NSFAS releases the funded list, it's a problem to us, because by that time the clubs and societies, they already feel like the registration is low. And when you look at the way the response from NSFAS, especially from us as an SRC, since I've mentioned that there's not direct communication, those issues actually they lie more. Yes, we have issues whereby we've noted them when I was engaging with finance and financial aid, that in some instances there was the faculties, they were not submitting results on time, which then resulted that maybe when the submissions of the result to NSFAS was delayed, But when considering the issue that happened this year in terms of defunding of students, it even we're at a point whereby even students now they are visiting the financial aid department because students who had their funding on hold because of registration templates and all of those stuff. I'm not in a space of blaming maybe NSFAS and the financial aid in terms of submitting the registration template because somehow I feel like it was even unreasonable when NSFAS introduced the private accommodation system without a clear and a concise way of doing it because at the beginning of the year, us as an SRC, we were struggling to navigate through that system. Students could apply for those buildings. We could not allocate those buildings as the SRC. Even us as the SRC themselves, ourselves, we've never even been given a space to inspect those residences by NSFAS. But then when you look at the way the transition from the communication, even in from the PAs and all of those things, when they come to financial aid has to have a code to say the student is at a rest, private accommodation, or they're supposed to receive the 750 the traveling allowance. There was no proper way of doing that. Then when they communicated to NSFAS, it was already too late, where even students today, they were communicated by NSFAS to say NSFAS is going to pay book allowances and 2 months allowances. And then that perception to students, even us as an SRC, while we not get a clear communication to students ourselves, we cannot even clearly define to them what is happening because even we are not communicated. We received that statement from the institution already. The institution has paid the students from February till now. Even us as the SRC, we have done a number of initiative fundraising for the students for them to get allowances, the 800s and all of those things through our programs, which is called REC. We've been trying to make sure that the students themselves, they are not in a situation whereby they have to attend classes and continue with their academic life without having allowances, and which was much more stressful to them because even the issue of throughput rates and all of those things, I think NSFAS themselves, they must also take account that they do contribute to that because our students at duty, sometimes the strikes are almost around issues of NSFAS and being defunded of students and students not receiving allowances. So there must be a clear way of communication. These are the numbers of the students who are being actually exceptions, because there's a different story between the exceptions and the ones of being funding on hold. We do understand sometimes that in terms of the exceptions, there are students who are affected by N+, who are affected by the 350 threshold and all of those things. We do understand that in some cases the students themselves are wrong, but there must be a clear communication from us as the SRC, the institution, and NSFAS, so that we can know even ourselves that even if sometimes we do not agree, we can just speak directly to NSFAS. I even mentioned some days that we even wish to see a situation whereby there must be a full-time staff at financial aid that is coming from NSFAS, so that when we know that we have those kind of issues, we have these questions that we need to ask from them, we can just get them instantly. And also, we also have another issue from NSFAS, which is related to the loans, NSFAS loans, which was till today as an SRC, we do not have any proper communication on what was happening. And students are asking us on the ground that I've been approved by a loan from last year and even this year. They don't know what's going to happen to them. So those are the issues that we also wish to mention. And other issues, as I mentioned earlier, in the state of our institution, that we have residences that are not in good state. When I was consulting with some of the SRC members from the PMP side, they even mentioned them by 450 Pulwa, and Kenwin House, which are residences that actually fall far beyond the standards of the DHET and DOT. And by the way, students, they always flag this kind of issues to us as an SRC. Then it must be our duty actually as an SRC to make sure that we present them fairly to the institution and then being taken into consideration. We know very well that in terms of residencies, there is still a good, a shoot work that needs to be done. Actually, even coming from us and even coming from the institution, because as the SRC that we came in, we're still going to head to inspection of residencies, where we're going to even stress out our dissatisfaction in some of the residencies that we have, because we are at a time where we can even no longer tolerate some of those kind of issues and some of those residencies. And another issue that I wanted to mention is the issue of historical debt and the academic record, because here at DOT does not give students academic records if they are owing. So NSFAS, in terms of historical debts, there are students whom still have debts that are not paid in the past years, starting from 2017 till now. I've heard from Mr. Kavenda from Financial Aid that there are continuous engagements in resolving these matters, but we are here to actually ask, maybe from the side of NSFAS, that please make that process to go faster, because their students, they need their certificates to go to apply for works, to apply for bursaries. They cannot access them, which is a problem for us, because at least we have tried in the past SRC that was led by President Solomzi to engage the council of the university to say students and companies and bursary administrators can request the academic record direct from the institution, and they will be given those academic records, which was better, because now this thing of academic record was a real issue. Then also I want to put more emphasis in the terms of the proper communication from us as an SRC to directly with NSFAS, because we are seriously having issues in those regards. We are going to a registration planning for next year as an SRC. We wish a situation whereby even us as an SRC, we can point out our issues and how we are going to resolve them with NSFAS. Chair, I see you opening a mic. Let me try to wrap up fast. In terms of the recommendations, our recommendations are clear. We are going to actually push more in terms of collaboration, not only from the management, but also most importantly, the clubs and societies, because we've seen a situation whereby students at DUT are complaining that the SRC itself is not communicating well with the students at large. So we are going to establish more relationships with the clubs and societies, the management, the staff, so that we can have a proper and a clear communication and make sure that student issues are resolved in a well and proper manner. And also, we will, I think I can close it here, because I think I've taken much of the time. The issues are frustrating us. Thank you very much.
Now, maybe before you leave, the issue of the strike.
Oh, yes. Oh, I forgot. I really apologize. The issue of the strike was here at PMP. Actually, there was a. As the SRC at PMP, we are just coming for the second term. So the case happened during the SRC elections. Then the club, which is the EFF Youth Command, felt like their issue was not well represented and well communicated. There was a bus that got hit the student by accident. Then the student went to a hospital and then they died. Then as a secretary last yesterday, after the strike, we've seen that they've submitted a memorandum of demands which mentioned of requesting for accountability, the memorial service, and a number of things. So then some of the engagements, we've engaged with the student governance, then to say even the bus driver must not be around campus, the bus itself must not be around campus. Those demands are met, but being as an SRC that was able to communicate promptly from yesterday and being able to take this matter not just in our hands, but making sure that the students are represented, are well heard of, then we are going to communicate back to them. Then that's where at least made things to be far better, because at that time they felt like they are not, they are neglected, because the SRC was not being able to reach out, because we just received our emails on Monday. That's how we just were able to work.
No, thank you very much, President. Labor is creating problems for us. So we wrote to Labor, said, you must do a joint presentation. They've written me a note here that the presentation was not a joint presentation. It belonged to, or there's one union that was not represented. They're creating problems. We're going to think how we're going to resolve a problem. It's 25 minutes past 1. Vice Chancellor, where are we eating? We're going to take lunch. Then we'll be back at 2. Just outside. Okay, so let's take lunch. Members will be back at 2 o'clock. We're starting exactly at 2 o'clock. Thanks. the engineering or the lecture room first. I think there's one, the new one that has not been used. We must say that it looks good. Hopefully, after you have installed everything, it will work well. I think it's a very good lecture.
is conflicted in the process. None of us, or all three of us, sitting around a table cannot solve all these challenges. So our request to the committee is to say, let us get external assessment as what the Higher Education Act prescribes, so that none of us are conflicted and we have a very, very unbiased process that unfolds. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tinosa, for your presentation, members. VC, the reason why I wanted us to go to lunch before we ask questions, I don't like my members asking management questions when people have not eaten, because Chair of Council, some of us who are older, we might have comorbidities, and so we don't want these questions. Sometimes you don't hear them correctly. You start answering something else. That's on a lighter note. We'll have number one, Honorable Msezane, Honorable Khachau, Honorable Governor, Honorable Lonzi, Honorable Ngubane, Khabo Low, in that order. We'll have 13 minutes, members, each. So we're going to 1-3. Okay, Honorable Governor says 15 minutes. It's okay, I'll give you 15 minutes. So we'll have an interactive session. Member will ask you a question, you answer immediately, and then they will have a follow-ups moving forward. Let's try to be as honest as possible. The assumption should always be, when they ask you a question, assume they know the answer, because in most cases they do. So let's try and answer as honest as possible so that we don't find ourselves in trouble. I did indicate earlier on that this plenary has been declared Parliament. It's a meeting of Parliament. The benefits and the not so good, or the bad and the good and the not so good benefits of Parliament are that there's Powers, Privileges and Immunities Act. We don't want to use it on anybody, but if you mislead us, you'll force them to force me to use it on you. So let's not do so. So it's in that order: Honorable Msezana, Khachau, Governor, Lonzi, Ngubane, Khabo, and Law. Honorable Msezana.
No, ngibonga Sihlalo. Ngizocela izimpendulo ukuthi ziqonde ngqo. There's a term they use in geography of meandering. So can we have just straightforward responses? I'll start with the SRC, the leader of the biggest stakeholder of the university. President, I'm glad that you're serving your second term. In your first term, you were TG. Maybe firstly, President, you spoke about inclusion of other clubs and societies and capacity building programs. Could you please finish the portfolio committee with records of the past financial year of those interactions, as it were, and programs of capacity building? But maybe my first question to you, when we interacted outside there, when we were doing the walkabout, I asked you, what is your views in terms of what is happening there, the terrible conditions that we are seeing there, especially as it relates to lack of maintenance? You told me about a process that is used by housing. What is your process as the SRC to ensure that the conditions of students in residences and in the entire institution are delivered, or services delivered, and the issues of students are resolved timelessly? What is your process as the SRC, as the returning SRC?
No, thank you very much, Naga, for the question. Firstly, in terms of the budget, I will just forward it to you and also request from the student governance officers that are liable for planning the programs of the clubs and societies, then to provide them to us, then we'll provide to you. Then in terms of the residencies, we have the accommodations officers in the SRC who lies directly with housing and making sure that they are part of parcel in terms of inspection and making sure that the residences are in good state. So the accommodations officer of here at PMB, the reason why I didn't have a proper communication directly in terms of everything here in PMB is that he was actually suspended earlier this year. He was not part of the SRC, so most of the things were done by the accommodations officer from Durban. So we normally had full council meetings whereby after inspections and everything, each SRC member gives out report of what was happening within the offices. So we did not get a clear and a proper direct communication, especially from the accommodations officer at that time in the report. So we are working on terms of that. Since we are going to do our own inspection this year, this is where we are going to improve our standards. Thank you.
So you're trying to say that there are no machines that are working there for 200 plus students. You're not aware as the SRC or the SRC then, and other issues that you have seen for yourself there, including blockages, including no shower heads and so forth and so on, the number of issues that would have been reported there.
Yes.
As the SRC, you didn't know all of these issues.
Some of them earlier we were not aware. We were aware about those ones before the residences were closed. Earlier at the beginning of the year, before we closed for renovations, that was where we were aware of them. But recently, the ones of shower heads and all of those, the recent one, we are not aware of them currently.
Would you consider yourselves as the outgone SRC to have done justice to the service of students if there's such issues that have been there for at least a year now, and you were the SRC at the time?
I would consider ourselves as the SRC that had its own shortcomings.
Okay.
Thank you.
There was a video circulating at the beginning of the year, at least you were the SRC, in particular in the Durban campus. One organization was seen to be very violent against others that were practicing their activities, even breaking their equipment, as it were. I'm not sure if you are aware of this. If you are, what did you do as the SRC to deal with those that would have been perpetrators of that violence against other students that were practicing their democratic right as guaranteed by yourselves as the SRC? And what have you done to ensure that it doesn't happen again? Mind you, this happened more than once, and I'm sure you would be aware as the SRC there.
Yes, I'm aware of that, Nugget, but most of those engagements, they happened outside of the campus. So we did not have a proper and a clear director of dealing it. It was outside campus, but in terms of other issues, then
It was at the gate of the campus where you station your clubs and societies. Please don't mislead Parliament.
Oh, yes, yes. So in some of those instances whereby clubs and societies are going to be violent against other clubs and societies and even against the institution, the buildings and all of those things, then there is a mandate to say we are going to stop the budget or the club is not going to be funded at the current year.
Did you do something about that?
We
as the
actually-
SRC?
At that time, we did not do anything about
So
it.
that violence erupted, you did nothing as the SRC?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We are told here, lastly, President, before I go to executive management, I love SRCs. At some point I was SG in UKZN and I'm an alumni there. We are told that clubs and societies donated, some of them donated part of their budget. I'm told that Umkhondo's Students Movement donated all of their budget towards assisting students that had difficulties with NSFAS. In the previous term, you were TG. I'm told that you administered that. I'm not sure if the CFO also was part of those people that were administering those donations to assist those students. Is it correct that it was donations? or it was something else?
Oh, let me put it clear, Mr. So the first 2 months, actually a memorandum was submitted and was, I think, was signed by the CFO to say the institution was going to pay the full allowances at June and July for students so that they can write their exams. So then the program, I was even myself who was coordinating it because it's a REC program. It's called Remember and Give. It's even pushed by the
Was it
registrar himself.
donations,
So
President?
yes, the donations were asked under the program of REC.
No, it's fine, President. That's why I requested precise responses. I still have a lot of questions for
Oh,
management.
yes.
So it was donations that were done by clubs and societies. Was it donations?
Yes, they donated to the program.
Okay, that's
Thank you.
accurate. How was it administered in terms of who were you giving the allowances to as part of that REC
Yes.
program?
Uh,
And
people
how
who-
was it administered in terms of, would you just pick and choose certain students, or there was a process and all of those things?
So people who were part of the meeting when we actually engaging about it, it was Mr. Manashe, manager from Financial Aid.
President, you're not responding.
Oh, I'm okay.
Was
let me
there a
respond.
process?
Yes, there was a process. And the students who were given the allowances were students who were on hold. They had a code that is called on hold allowances. They were on hold. Reason behind that, we assisted them because we knew that at the end of the day, NSFAS was going to fix their issues. We had the hope of that NSFAS was going to fix their issues, and then we're going to continue with the program next year. If other students are defunded, we take from the budget, we fund those students continuously. So
Okay. There's reports that not all students were assisted. I would
not
assume-
all, yes, not all.
That's why I'm saying, then what was the process to select certain
Yes.
students amongst all of those that were had on hold?
The students who were selected is those one who went on hold. Those one who were defunded with exceptions like N plus, 350K exceeded, and a number of issues, they were singled out because the basis of the engagement was to say students who were defunded at that time, they were plus 1.5. So we assisted this portion of students who were actually unfairly excluded on the system because a student with an income that is greater than 350, a student who can have N plus access that, they have a platform of getting help through Upagimpilo and food parcels.
That's fine, President. Can you please send that report as well when you send me the initial report?
Thank you very much. I'll do it.
And lastly, there's claims that the SRC, or not SRC, I mean the SRC and the management, CFO you'd advise, they are now claiming that money back that was said to be donations from the funding of students now. There's such claims or allegations. Can you confirm that that's the case, CFO? Or it's not the case? Because the president has indeed told us that that was a donation through a program. Are you not charging that money back from students now that they are funded? CFO?
Chair, I must apologize. I'm not aware of the people claiming back donations, but I will engage people in student finance and find out and then give a.
Please do so now, CFO, because it can't be that you're not aware. It means it's just allegations that are false, or if it's happening and you are not aware, then we will be seriously concerned about your leadership. Who's student finance here? Or you are representing finance as the CFO alone?
Yes.
Okay, please find out that registrar your CFO. But you can respond on issues of finance.
Student finance. My portfolio also deals with student services.
Okay.
That's why I can respond
Please assist.
from a more informed view around the question you're asking.
Okay, thank you very much.
One, there's no claim of money from what was designated as donations.
Okay.
That allegation is false.
Okay. Thank you very much, CFO, registrar, for that. I think we'll follow up with the students, because the students that have reported to us, that's why I said it's allegations, but we'll just follow up with those students. There's, maybe let me deal with all student issues first. Hey, this time is very limited, Chair.
Yeah, you can't
There's-
say first. You're left with just less than 4 minutes.
Yeah, there's residencies, President, namely 117 Alexander Road, 218 Becker, I think it's Becker Street, I'm not sure, 02 Desmond. Do you know those residences? I'm told they're here in PMB.
Greetings, yes.
You know them?
Yes, we do know them.
Yeah. We are told that those residences are using gas stoves. Maybe I don't know who from management might maybe just tell us what hazards might come with those. Are there any risks that come with those and why they are using gas stoves? But are you aware of that, SG, that they are using gas stoves?
As the president had indicated during his initial presentation that we had just assumed the term of office, so we're in the plans of trying to ensure that we conduct an inspection process so that we can be in touch with issues that are currently happening in students' residences.
I would have assumed, SG, that you're an activist and you would know your residences before you are elected into office. But be that as it may, President, you don't know these residences?
Yes, I don't know what.
Okay, no problem. There's a number of issues in those residences, SRC leadership. If you could kindly pay attention to them as soon as you can, so that the issues that and the pictures that have been sent to us here, you can verify and tell us what the interventions might be. But the management, if you could please just assist in terms of telling us why is it that they are using gas stoves, what hazards or risks are there in terms of using those particular model. It's the first time that I heard that a residence uses gas stoves, but we have pictures here to that effect. I don't know who's in charge of student affairs or executive director, student affairs. VC, who might maybe respond on that?
I think the best person, I'm not sure who else might be here behind us, but the best person, as far as I'm concerned, is the registrar, who could tell us if there's anybody else who is more directly involved in residences.
VC,
Yes.
there must be a person that is in charge of executive
Yes,
matters of
there is.
residences.
I'm
And
just
you
saying.
cannot know as the vice chancellor of the university.
I'm just saying I do not know whether that person is here. But
While
the-
you
the
find out,
registrar-
VC, maybe
the
let me deal.
registrar
Maybe let me deal
knows
with
best.
with you, Vice Chancellor, while the registrar finds out if there's someone that can respond. Vice Chancellor, I was at discomfort with your response. Please switch off your mics. I think there's echo. I was at discomfort, Vice Chancellor, with your response when I asked you about the very appalling conditions of maintenance in that residence up there. When you said you don't do maintenance yourself, as if you do not know who's responsible for that or you are unbothered. It was really an unfortunate response from yourself as the accounting officer of the institution and vice chancellor and principal. But I would want to know what immediate measures are going to be put in place to ensure that there are machines in that residence, which they haven't been there for at least a year now, according to students. There's blockages in the drainage systems there. The conditions are quite very, very appealing. Can you just give us time frames, Vice Chancellor, or someone that is responsible, if you found out who it is, when that is going to be sorted? And maybe lastly, DVC academic, I know that you are new into office, congratulations. Have you done an assessment in terms of the courses that are being offered by DUT versus the market demands? And my last question is, what is the percentage, maybe in the past academic year, in terms of academic exclusion? And what measures are you going to put in place to reduce, if not finish, academic exclusion in as far as academic support is concerned, amongst other initiatives that you might put in place? Thank you very much, Chairperson. As I wait for the responses, I think I'll cover others maybe through submission in writing. Chair, and then we had requested the structural report. I think it was, Aneli, you got it. Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so register, you'll answer, then VC, then DVC, teaching and learning. In that order.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify something. As a registrar, I'm the only registrar in the country that has got student services as part of my portfolio. So I'm the relevant person as an executive authority on student services. No doubt about that. And I came here to respond to those kind of questions regarding the issue of gas stoves. It is a well-known fact, one, that there's also issues of power failures around the Imbali area, Pietermaritzburg area that are intermittent, which tend to affect life this side. However, we will go deeper into why there has been deviation from the set norms and standards by the said landlords to, without necessarily indicating to us as the client why they have deviated. And as soon as I get that report, I will submit it in writing. Thank you.
So in simple terms, you're saying you don't know which residences are this and you did not know that they were using gas stoves.
That was never brought to my attention. I'm hearing it here for the first time. Thank you.
Okay. BC?
Fortunately, and again, I don't know whether Mr. Mhlongo is still here. I also did see the Director for Maintenance. They should be in a better position to tell us exactly with regard to the washing machines, with regard to shower heads, with regard to blockages and so on, exactly when that could be done. My comment, when I was asked about awareness about all of these challenges, was indeed because having just pointed to people who are responsible, none of them could tell this committee that they've ever had a problem fixing those things that required me as Vice Chancellor to take a particular decision. So I said that in that context, that it's something that has never been on my table as a problem. There are people indeed who are responsible for these, as I have just mentioned. And I'm requesting that they respond in terms of, I'm again not technical, in terms of issues of maintenance, to be able to say it will take so many months. I don't even know the extent of the problem, as I'm saying that it's never been on my table reported as a problem that requires the Vice Chancellor's attention.
Thanks, Chair. I can confirm that I've studied the program qualification mix of the university and started engaging the executive deans and the various processes, of course, that need to deal with whether the programs that we offer do address the needs of the market. So this is something that's just started and it's ongoing. And I've not yet looked at academic exclusions. It's something that I need to look at. But of course, I've studied the dropout rates, retention rates, graduation rates, and their interventions to deal with those. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Khakhar.
Mdula also chair, given that I was not here when the program started and did not do the due introduction, for those of you who do not know who I am, lebitso la ka ke Karabo Lerato Kgakgao, and ke setho se felletseng sa komiti ena ya Palamente representing the Democratic Alliance. Chair, I'll try to be as short as I can. Before, the first question will be DVC academic. So this has to do with the academic performance of the institution. Who was responsible for the post you're currently filling before you?
There was an interim DVC, Professor Hapola.
Yes, okay, Professor Rapol.
He retired.
He retired. For how long was he in that post? I'm asking you because I'm trying to be quick before Kilobota visit.
Yes, maybe the VC should answer that, but I think
Yeah.
6 months.
6 months.
It was 6 months. Yeah.
Okay, before 6 months, VC, who was responsible for the DVC academic position?
It was Dr. Prince Menebutalo who was in that position between August 2023 and December 2024.
December 2024, and prior to that?
Prior to that, it was Professor Suren Singh, who is our current Executive Dean of the Faculty of Applied Sciences.
Okay, and for how long had they been roughly in that position?
Professor Singh was there between August 2022 and July 2023.
Then before that, Who was the dean?
Before then, it was the now Vice Chancellor of Mangosuthu University of Technology, who had been there, that's Professor Nokuthula Sibiya, who had been there between May 2020 and end of July or August 2022.
2022. So you haven't had a vice chancellor, a deputy vice chancellor responsible for academics for a consistent term, strictly of like 3 years or so for the last 5 years. What is your diagnostic report of why you are unable to retain DVC's academic?
Professor, I have to go back to Professor Sibiya. Professor Sibiya resigned to take up a position at MUT.
That day?
Yes.
My question is,
Yes.
have you done a diagnostic report of why you are unable to retain DVC's academic for a sustainable period more than 2 years?
Yeah, but I'm getting there because you are now wanting us to consider those who were just acting as if they were substantive. They were not. And there are reasons why they would have acted for whatever period.
That's fine. The
Yes.
reason, no, can I give a hotel, and I'm interjecting because if we had 3 hours of a chat, I'd permit your response the way you're structuring it, but we don't. The reason why I kept asking before and before and before is because I was curtailing exactly the argument you want to land right now. Because I'm aware that within an acting period of 6 months or a year, that there's only so much one can do. So I deliberately structured my question with the intelligence, knowing that you're probably going to land that argument. The reason why I'm asking whether you have done a diagnostic review of why the institution is unable to retain DVC's academic is because while you argue that since 2018, that the reason why your throughput is as poor as it is for the minimum time, for an even extended time for your 3-year and 4-year degrees, you've cited COVID to be part of the explanation factors. But even post-COVID, the numbers are still a replication of what you term to be a COVID effect. And if we were to pull the statistics even before 2018, we're most probably going to have the same diagnostics. So I'm asking in all honesty, in your review as Vice Chancellor of what is wrong about the academic performance, what is your understanding of what is wrong with DVC's academic, the history of DVC academics within your institution?
There hasn't been any diagnostic because there are reasons for why. Professor Singh stayed for the period he stayed of about a year. There are good reasons why Dr. Nebutalu stayed for the time that he stayed. There were issues of recruitment that were involved there. There was a recruitment process that never, went to the end. That was in 2023, after Professor Sibiya had left towards the end of the previous year in 2022. We did make an appointment, but the person we had appointed refused to, or let me say, the institution where the person was employed made a counter offer. And as a result, we had to go back from scratch. So if your question is about a diagnostic of what has gone wrong, there is an assumption that you think that there was something wrong in the position itself.
You can't assume what's in my brain. So,
I'm
Chair,
sorry,
I'm
I
going
didn't
to make a
get
request,
what
Chairperson.
was- I
Chair
didn't
of
get
the
what
session.
was said.
I'm going to make a request. I think this committee is very competent and able to allow people to interject. But I think you know us well enough to know the things that trigger us to be ungovernable for no reason. I have absolutely no problem with the Vice Chancellor making submissions that are contrary to what that he thinks I might expect. But the use of language must be important, because you can't come here and tell me that you are assuming whatever ke buang hore na ke eng when I'm clear in my language. And there's a reason why I asked you that question, you specifically, because I knew you're not going to give me an answer. The reason why I'm asking you this question, Vice Chancellor, is because what I expect from a Vice Chancellor to be able to do, and to be honest and reflective about, is the limitations of the financial purse of the institution for paying towards positions that are otherwise attractive for people in other institutions, number one. Number two, the pool of candidates that you are able to receive as an institution based on ratings or whatever other reasons that exist that may make it a challenge to recruit. It's fair to be honest about that. There's nothing difficult about that, because if we're able to honestly reflect on that, then we're able to expand and improve. But then beyond that, what I need you to go, where I need you to go in the interest of time is, which you touched on a bit, but related, is the assessment, which I'll leave you and give it to your DVC academic. In your assessment, DVC academic, what is your qualifications and capacity assessment of your academic cohort staff? Not the support, the lecturers within the institution. Does the assessment say we need to recruit more, we need to revamp? Where are we?
Luckily, the university honorable member has been undergoing that process, so they've identified areas of improvement.
Yeah, so where are the areas of improvement and how far are we?
So I'm taking this forward now as a new DVC, teaching and learning. But where we identify, for instance, that academics need to be better capacitated, there are interventions to deal with that. On the student side, there are also interventions to deal
So
with
roughly statistics. So when you look at an audit of your lecturers, your professors versus doctors and offerings of academic programs, what would you say the competency ratio is? I'm asking because if it were in the slide, it would be an easy conversation, but because it's not here.
Yeah, it would be difficult to say, honorable member.
Can you give us that submission? And there's a template that the secretary can give you of the information that we usually request from institutions, that other institutions are able to give us, because we want to be able to track, to say, okay, of the professor levels that you're supposed to have, this is how many of them we have. Of the doctors, this is how many. Do we have enough capacity in-house to teach? And then judge the relationship between your in-house capacity against a 25% throughput for a 3-year degree, and then a 49% throughput for a 4-year degree. I think you understand where I'm going. That's where the improvement is supposed to be. The goal is, Vice Chancellor, to increase your ratings as an institution, to attract better funding, and to ultimately be able to deliver better education for young people who depend on it in this country. So I'll rest there with 4 minutes remaining, well, 5 minutes remaining. NSFAS. We have chats with you guys almost every day about the same thing, but I'll have the same conversation with you again. So generally, students are complaining about the quality of student accommodation off campus that you guys are responsible for accrediting. What is the current status of accreditation? Yeah, the NSFAS funded accommodation across this campus and other campuses. Honestly.
Can I come back to you, Honorable Kaka? I just need to check with the person responsible for DUT. I might have it now, but I'll check now.
I mean, you should have it because you came here knowing you're coming to a DUT meeting. So these are stats that you should have readily available for you if you're prepared for the meeting. Ndate Ngonwan, you as the registrar are responsible for student services, which means on-campus life is your baby. I worry when we're having conversations about residences on your campus that are not up to scratch. Is it your understanding that finance has a readily available maintenance and revamp budget for the student accommodations that are your responsibility?
That is true. That is why a substantial number of residences here on this campus have been closed to fast-track maintenance, refurbishment. So there is money and there is a plan, and we are expecting to have the project completed by October so that we can start pre-allocating students for 2026, especially now that these on-campus residences are actually reserved for first-year students in the main to provide the necessary academic support and onboarding.
Okay, how many of those projects are you going to be offloading in October?
All the residences that are part of the process that started in January here in Dumiso I have been informed by real estate management who are the lead in the project that they will hand over back the complete residences by end of October into November to facilitate pre-allocations for our
2026.
incoming first-year students, 2026.
And how many beds will that avail for students?
That will avail just over 1,000 beds.
Okay, SRC President, the reason why I was asking that question is because it is your responsibility at the end of this year to make sure what Ntate Nkonwane said is true, so that you don't have Honorable Msezana coming here tomorrow bullying you again. So it's important. I'm asking Ntate Nkonwane because you're committing now that we'll have about over 1,000 beds available for the next academic year, which will be up to the standards that are required. And then the currently utilized accommodation beds, so now when is the process for revamping starting?
Currently utilized beds, and I'll zoom specifically into what has been discovered earlier this morning during your walkabout, which relates to washing machines and shower heads, whatever yes, they are called. That should be done within 7 days, non-negotiable,
Okay.
by those responsible, and we will provide a report written.
Okay, now I'm gonna fight. If you're able to, with your chest confidently tell this house that you are able to, in 7 days, replace a washing machine and a shower head, I'm asking because.
All right, yes, let me respond, Honorable Khahau. I am in Durban. There are people who work day to day, including student leadership, who've got to monitor this. That was never brought to my desk or attention. I am aware of procurement of various items, washing machines, fridges, year on year, which I sign off. These in particular were never brought to my attention, and I will be going back to hold those responsible to account as the executive
I
authority.
hear you, thank you.
Yes.
So I want you to just one thing. Who of the student accommodation that was identified, who's that person that's responsible to tell you who'd never told you? Who, when you agree, you have, as the head, you have different people that are give you the information per campus. So for this particular unit, that's happened, because we want to be able to trace you and your consequence management.
All right, that would be colleagues in student housing
Who's that?
who report colleagues in student housing
Yes.
who are not here.
Today.
They are not here today. I am the one representing student services as executive authority. And the dean of students is also dealing with other things. So through him, we will hold those responsible to account and report accordingly with the solutions provided
Do you have a timeline?
within the next 14 days, but it could even be less.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Earlier on, when we opened the meeting, we did speak about consequence management, basically. That when somebody does not do their job, it creates a problem. Now it looks like I said, when you had a conversation with Honorable Mseza down there, said you are the CEO of an institution, and CEOs don't have to go and know that there's a best pipe at their company, but it's ultimately their decision to make sure that the company works well. So you must have systems in place where you know that if, for an example, students don't have a geyser or they don't have warm water or hot water, you don't have to go and fix the geyser, but the system must be able to detect that and fix. And if there's somebody who has not done it, who has not fixed this problem, there must be consequence management. Ultimately, the blame will come to you as a chief executive officer of an institution. But we are not saying, or Honorable Msezana was not saying, go and fix the fridges, go and fix the washing machines. Says, as a CEO, you are supposed to have strategic leadership to make sure that the system itself is able to fix certain things. I think that's the point, I think, where you guys were missing each other. That's the point I just wanted to deal. I'm raising it now because register, it also comes out that there's that problem in the system. Students don't have to tell you, but your colleagues at student housing, dean of students, whoever in the system should have been able to pick this thing up and probably wrote to whoever in the supply chain that we need X, Y, and Z to be procured, and you do these things. So the system should be able to pick these things. This is what members are trying to deal with there. Honorable Governor.
Nkosi Sihlalo. Sihlalo, it is very disappointing that as members of parliament, we recommend and vote for funding of department. It include a allocation to expand the access to education and training through infrastructure expansion. Then ufumane contractors zisenza lento ziyenzayo. Lecture rooms, engineering labs, staff offices are white elephants which cannot be used, or which cannot serve institution to ukwenza lento besizifandele yona. I have a question for you, VC. Eti, what has the university done with contractors in terms of blacklisting such companies as in this incomplete job, so that they never get to work with PSET institution, as they have costed the department and the university imali? What have you all done to make sure that they never bid and bafumane umsebenzi with PSET institutions?
So far, we do it internally. We ban them internally. We've never taken steps beyond ourselves to ensure that maybe they are banned throughout the country. Yeah.
In the absence of a chairperson, we will still have such DDG, Zungu Ngobukhona. This information or these archives needs to be an open, must be accountable to all institutions, because the contractor will be banned in DUT and ahamba yobhida effort and do exactly the same thing. So it is upon us to make sure that these people are blacklisted. They don't work within our sectors because emotionally abahaf. More than of not serving the purpose, but it is emotionally yethu as abahaf. And iyo esibeka kule ndawo sikuyo, where you will find students staying in spaces as esabekayo. We have noted these structures, but I just had one concern. Are our facilities friendly to challenge disability students in terms of lecture rooms, residence, indawo zokuhamba? Are they accommodating young students who are disabled challenged?
The DUT has a disability unit that should be taking care, or that is supposed to take care of all issues regarding students with disabilities. And the registrar again could give more information on that unit. But also I think Mr. Mhlongo, because I have seen some money voted to do this or that regarding assistance that could be given to people with disabilities at the university, not only students, but staff too.
Okay. Lapha residents, do we have a certain way of allocating young students that are LGBTQI plus in terms of their pronouns and where they are allocated? Because a gay guy might not be comfortable with a certain different sex. Do we have any sort of policy in space or any way of mitigating uba babe exposed or babe vulnerable and not feel safe in residence? Do we have anything? Maybe now a president ungangisiza lapho nje ukujonga ukuthi how do we cater for an LGBTIQ plus student in DUT?
Oh, yes, thank you very much, ma'am. Currently at DUT, there is I would say a club that is recently going up for especially the LGBTQI community, and it's completely advocating for such instances because before, at the earlier this year, in terms of allocation, students could be allocated according to faculties and according to gender. So there is yet in the application for residencies, there is still no option for them to indicate whether they're LGBTQI community, but moving forward, it's something that we're going to help even the community to advocate even further. Thank you.
VC, this needs to be looked at deep. Maybe DDG, nathi singasiza kule ndawo, because I always think it's also iyaba affect in terms of it affects them kakhulu mentally because they are where they are not comfortable. And if you are not comfortable, you can never perform well if you are not comfortable. So it's things of this nature that we really need to look deep into. How many GBV-related cases were reported in 2024, 2025 VC, and how were they dealt with? How many of those cases, perpetrators that were staff to students, and students to students, and outsiders to students and staff?
Although not actually included in our presentation, there's about fluctuating numbers month to month, with averaging per month just about 2 cases of GBV in the main, student to student. And the last recorded case was just 1 case in June. The surge was in about May, when we witnessed about 23 cases reported at the time. I'm talking about 2025. Now, There's also an issue around reporting or under-reporting and spaces for protected disclosure and support, which we are earnestly working on. Just on the 20th of this month, we will be testing Winene Mkhwechana app dedicated towards regulation of or response to GBV in campuses. We've had attempts by the Durban municipality to partner with the university, but that has not come to fruition yet. And we had now to look at other partners, and we've just identified Winene Mkhwechana, which also had a demonstration with us yesterday. So we do have a handle, and we are also in the process of reviewing our GBV policy, sexual harassment policy. We've had such policies affecting students, but we are working hand in hand now with human capital services to integrate the policy to affect or to be applicable to all DUT people without necessarily having to distinguish between students and staff, because sometimes perpetration is not student on student. It can also, like anywhere else, be pervasive across lecturers doing that on students for well-known reasons in the sector, and we are trying to curtail that by strengthening and making our policy environment as robust as it possibly can. And just to give you comfort on your earlier questions around disability, as well as LGBTQI, we've got also a robust disability rights unit, which focuses on creating spaces for students living with disability and providing the necessary support. And with also dedicated services and also liaising with NSFAS and any other funder that actually has got that dedicated support to fast track that. Yeah, so we are on course as far as that. We might be lagging behind in terms of facilities, but we are on course with our addressing issues of backlog maintenance that some actually predate some of our tenures here. Yeah, and with student housing allocation model, we also have protected disclosures by students who may require specific types of allocation. However, the bottom line here, to fast track academic support, we've got a model where we allocate our students in terms of their faculties to ensure that when we also do interventions of academic support outside the classroom, they can then be found in one place, because we've got residences spread across the city, all right? And we are in the process of introducing another innovation of having one of our residences to be a dedicated residence for our athletes, those that represent us in user games and so on, so that they can then be provided with the necessary support from one space. So it is also an evolving concept, because we also understand that residences, unlike when they were during our times in the 80s and some of you, in the 90s when they were really places to sleep and eat. But there's also a model adopted by Stellenbosch University known as living, listening, and learning communities, which also would fast track how we accommodate those LGBTQI communities. It's a model that we are now trying to adopt from Stellenbosch University, which is leading in the country as far as that is concerned.
Okay, I think I'm kind of okay with your responses. Maybe you can just finish us with a detailed report of your cases in terms of numbers, because 23 cases is very alarming. And according to the research, what might have happened, or what is the root cause of these cases? Because 23 in 1 month is too much in terms of security and safety for young kids. But I'm more concerned of mental health programs that assist them in the process. We have also witnessed that there was one that committed suicide and other cases that take place. Do we have any mental support programs in place that assist students in duty?
As part of the student services sector, one of the legs there is student health and counseling, what could be commonly known in the current parlance as student wellness, which does end-to-end wellness support with trained psychologists, nurses, not only in the area of mental health, but also in the area of HIV and AIDS, where we now appoint what we call NEMAT nurses and trying to do away with the so-called lay counselors, where they can do what they call pre-exposure prophylaxis and post-exposure prophylaxis in terms of the treatment of HIV infections that also has been rising within the young people. But the root cause of the alarming numbers that I may have shared with you at 23 years, they are alarming, could also be the weaknesses in the reporting mechanisms, such that there would be a month that does not necessarily give you a true reflection of prevalence of GBV, but it's just dependent on the cases that have been reported. And now with this app that we are now partnering with Uinene Mkhwechana entity, it will also assist us in the tracking. However, those that are reported to us where there's also a need for consequence management, we do that unflinchingly. I have record of that.
Some of your responses, can you please send to us so that we're able to follow up on those cases? Maybe VC, just a comment of saying we're a bit worried about the access in terms of technology and internet. If it, how much is it, how much is it causing our students in residence? Can you find ways and means of strengthening and strengthening your internet connection, your technology, especially in your residence, so that it ensures consistency? Just one last thing, Chair. Okay, and all available residents, can they be given to students, because student res are in demand? Can they be finished, speed-tracked, they must be fast-tracked and given and allocated to students? Chair, I am almost done, Just one item for NSFAS. You know, and DDG, Zungu, and Mam Kasa, you are both here. You know, defunded and excluded students, I've always asked myself, Chair, do we know where do they go to when they are defunded and excluded? Do we ever sit in this room, VC and DDGs and directors? Have we ever concerned ourselves, but Puma a university be defunded, coming from poor backgrounds, kakhulukazi knowing backgrounds of black people, where we come from? Sike sicabanga ukuthi yilaba sihlangana nabe ey'tratweni and call them amapara? Has it ever crossed our mind, NSFAS, that yilaba abamile ey'tratweni abangamantombazane, prostitutes? Have we ever thought about ama-drug dealers that akhula every day in the country? Yilaba abantwana bebe defunded, ebese benethemba ukuthi bazawufunda and i-system yaba-defund. Have we ever thought about it uba babo bantwana abasithetha ngabo? Have we ever thought about young boys abazisubmitha to older guys because they were defunded? Abanye basafuna ukufunda, abe-subjected ukuthi ajole no-chairperson wethu uDebza because umbona ngathi angamsiza esikolweni. Ngenza umzekelo.
Asenze example right. Can you also make
young girls who are subjected ukuthi bajole nomthimkhulu, yambona umthimkhulu, kodwa kuphoqeleke? Has it ever crossed our minds ukuthi these young, all bonke abantwana benza izinto wrong? Has it ever really crossed our minds ukuthi it's this defunding and exclusions ezikolweni? The wrong things that take place, alcohol level, drug substance abuse, pregnancy, unnecessary. Have we ever considered that it is us in these rooms that contribute towards these statistics? Maybe if one will go back to employment letter, how can we change it? Because the system is failing students in South Africa, and it is us in these rooms who takes decisions. Nini DDG eningawenza ulandelela uNSFAS ngendlela. Nini enikhoza abantwana kwezi ndawo sibafumana bekuzo kwezi accommodations. It is Department of Education that did not do umsebenzi wawo. Xa udibana nephara likubamba inkunzi, next time ukucinga uba lo mntana ingenzeka uba ngulowo wayedefunded yi-system endiyikhokheleyo. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. It was a comment. Honorable Lonzi.
No, thank you, Chair. Bulise, Vice Chancellor, Executive Management, yourself, members of the Portfolio Committee. I don't think I'll be long, Chair, because I also did just arrive now. And unlike Honorable Kauka, I promise to be governable. So I'm just going to ask a few questions, maybe one or two, but also to congratulate the newly elected Student Representative Council. I believe they've just entered office now. And for people who have just entered office, I thought they responded to Honorable Msezane's questions very well. And we're very proud of the work that they are doing. VC, I saw there were, I don't know if members of the council are here or you'll be able to answer, or the registrar, but I did see in the presentation that there were some resignations of members of council. So I think my question was, in that case, do you write to the department and ask the minister to fill those vacancies? I also know that the minister has been filling council deployee vacancies across the country. So I'm wondering if DUT has received its revised list, if the current members' terms of office had come to completion.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Lonzi. Just to provide further context to what, which is also captured in our main presentation, what led to the resignations in the first place is 2 ministerial appointees that have resigned and 1 council appointee that has resigned. And all 3 of them were implicated in the code of conduct process that has been underway and has just been completed for breaches of their own code of conduct. And in November 2024, Council took a conscious decision to appoint a code of conduct panel to preside over those that have breached their code of conduct and not actually do it internally because some of them were conflicted. And at the time when that proceedings began, the council members did what one could say is honorable by realizing that they don't want to waste anybody's time because they cannot defend what they've been implicated for in terms of the paper trail and the records in place. So they have resigned. The one that is a council appointee, the process to replace that one has commenced. Then you have 2 ministerial appointees. We've notified the minister of the resignation upon receipt of formal resignations of the members to actually ask the minister whether he will have an appetite to appoint replacements until the balance of the term at the end of 2026, November. All right? Because as and when the minister appoints, he would also want to find out the skills matrix. What are the exigent skills that council needs? And then he could then tap into those skills. Sometimes we even are invited to provide proposals. So we are awaiting the minister's response patiently. We've been there before. We've had to stay for well over a year without ministerial appointees in our council. So we are in the hands of the minister as far as that is concerned. But as far as council appointees are concerned, council has got its own critical path to fill those positions. One other gap in the council membership is the convocation. There's a report that has been provided in our presentation in terms of the dysfunctionality of convocation to an extent that they are now being subjected to an external assessment by a convocation expert from Wits, who will then recommend in terms of how we build our convocation. Because in some of the annexures we've provided the committee with, you will also see that what happened on Saturday, the 17th of August, when council started experiencing governance lapses as reported by the chair. Some of these were led by those that are no longer in this council that is now in the process of self-correcting. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Registrar. I don't know who will take this one, but it speaks to the qualifications. So we've been fighting a lot with traditional universities because students that graduate from universities of technology sometimes find trouble to gain access in your so-called traditional universities, even when the NQF levels are actually the same. So I wonder if through USAF or any other professional body, if there is any interaction between universities of technologies and your so-called traditional universities, at looking at some form of a metric, standardized or, well, for lack of a better word, so that students are able to transition from universities of technology to your traditional universities. So I don't know if that would be taken by academics or yourself, VC, or anyone anyone you choose in your executive management.
Or register, because sometimes this registers, it's them who refuses to accept the students register.
It's a matter of articulation, which is really a new concept within the sector, and some of my peers might also be battling with it. It shouldn't be in the first place, but we do have a registrars forum where we discuss matters of mutual interest, and that will also be raised quite sharply.
So you're saying that university is struggling with that understanding articulation and careful framework articulation?
Not DUT, I'm saying my peers at other institutions.
Yeah, I'm saying that one that you know I'm talking about. I'm saying you agree that they are struggling because, let me pause your time quickly, Honorable, before you leave this one. Because we have a case of 2 students from DUT who registered at University of Limpopo, did masters there. So what happened, they had national diploma here, then did the advanced, what do you call the advanced? You call it advanced now, but at the time you used to call BTech. So they did the BTech here, then went to UKZN to do NQF level 8, which is honors, and then went to this University of Limpopo to do masters. And the brink of them graduating, they then said, no, we have a problem with your base, your BTech. It's not, even when SAQA, South African Qualifications Authority, says BTech is NQF level 7, equivalent. They're still refusing them to graduate even today. They've went to court. I know they've won in court, but they're still not. So the question there comes from this part, that what then, are you guys doing, maybe from peer to peer, indicating, helping each other? Because it will mean that your students or people or students, your prospective students will not want to come here if in a long run it affects them this negative. So what is it that you guys are doing to deal with this problem of some of your peers understanding a basic framework articulation?
I'm very much familiar with the case between ourselves and the University of Limpopo dating to about 2 to 3 years ago. We made attempts to provide the registrar's office there with all that he required, and he kept quiet. And the next we hear was the matter now being contested in court. But we did our best to educate the counterpart at the University of Limpopo around that in particular.
Chair and Mr. Lonzi, I think we must accept that there is a challenge with regard to articulation between universities of technology and traditional universities. And I believe it emanates from these delusions of these are better, even though the 2008 NQF National Qualifications Framework has put everything on par. In as much as some of us were already VCs in 2008, had been kicking and screaming against students from universities of technology having to do a diploma, an advanced diploma, and a postgraduate diploma before they are allowed to go into masters. We tried to resist that. We failed at that time. The NQF has that. Now we do not know what more needs to be done after the NQF does allow those who start with diplomas to go through an advanced diploma and a postgraduate diploma and go into masters. We no longer understand. So we must accept as a sector that there are more engagements that need to take place to resolve this issue. It's completely unnecessary.
No, I see another hand there, Chair, at the back. I don't want to take over your role.
DDG, you want to help us with NQF?
Thank you very much, Chair. As the Chair is aware, we've been guided by the Portfolio Committee for some time now to accelerate the amendment of X that will help address the improvement of the South African PSET system. As we speak, as guided by the Portfolio Committee, number one of the amendments is precisely about the NQF. And the new minister extended the dates for the closure of the amendment, the NQF Amendment Act. And I would like to urge through you, Chair, that DUT and perhaps all the other PSET system institutions relook and guide us as the PSET system or the department at this particular Amendment Act. I know that Chair would probably say, why am I not mentioning the Higher Education Act? There are many others that we are looking at, Chair, and I felt that I should mention that. Last night, I know members are aware that there was a reflection on the 30 years of SAQA, but that is a side matter. The most important one is the extent to which the legal services team that reports to me must accelerate as much as possible the review and amendment of NQF. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair.
No, thank you very much. I was not going to speak about the Education Act, Honorable Lords.
Yeah, the least said about that, the better for now, Chair. I don't know if it will be the CFO or the registrar again. I'm wondering how much is owed to the university by students, the student debt or historical debt.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
It's currently just over 1 billion. the total accumulated debt.
And then of those, and then how many students owe? Do you have the number of how many are there, roughly?
I don't have the number.
You don't have it, okay. So I imagine you wouldn't know of the students who owe the DUT money, how many of them has DUT withheld their degrees, if that is a practice at DUT?
Yes, it is a practice. We do withhold certificates of those who have passed, but I don't have the number of how many, but I know those who owe DUT and have qualified. We do hold that qualifications.
And then the last one for you, CFO, before I go to the VC, of the odd 1 billion, how many of them have you classified as bad debt in your books?
Well, from purely accounting perspective, the ones that have not paid for, let's say, over a year are classified as bad debts from an accounting perspective. But in terms of still chasing the debt, we are still chasing the debt from a process.
Okay, no, thanks, CFO. More of a policy question, VC. I mean, of course, we're in the process of writing a legislation that seeks to try and resolve this matter. But I always ask vice chancellors this question. I mean, I want to believe that let's assume that a student genuinely wants to pay back the university the money. Would you not agree with me, VC, that the very same tool that the students must use to access job opportunities is the one that you then withhold from them as a result of the debt? In other words, is it not correct to say, take your certificate or your qualification, go and seek employment opportunities so that you're able to participate in the economy, and through your participation, you are then going to be able to have some opportunity to be able to pay back the student debt? Just your thoughts on that, VC.
There would have to be a system to manage that. And we currently, I'm not aware of any university or any organization that provides whatever services and whatever leverage they might have to get the funds that are owed to them back. I'm not aware of any system that could work best to deal with this situation. But for example, if all I know is that students are now given their academic records for them to be able to present them for purposes of getting their employment, for example. And one would hope that students who are in that position, they could enter into an agreement, maybe through their employers and with the university, about how the money could be paid back to the university. I think if it's a system that would work without ensuring that there are obligations maybe on the student and on the employer, it would be very difficult to manage it, having just heard how much money is owed maybe to DUT. There are many other universities. I think we just need to find a workable system that would not bankrupt universities, but would also have those obligations on the students themselves and those who employ them. Thanks.
No, thanks, VC. I mean, like I did say, we're working on a legislation that seeks to resolve that problem through the private members' bill on student debt. But I would have thought, I don't think the universities lose anything by releasing the certificates to the students, because I've heard the arguments, I think from NMU or UP, of giving the students their results. But some of the employers tend to be very stubborn and don't actually accept results. They want the actual qualification, the actual certificate. And if you don't give these young people their certificates, they can't get jobs. And the reality is that CFO, if they don't have jobs, they're not going to pay back the money, because where will they get the income from? So maybe one last one for you, CFO. In your experience, I mean, how, as a debt collection mechanism, how effective has it been to withhold the certificates of the students, especially when you are saying after a year in your books you classify it as bad debt, and with my very little accounting knowledge, I think once you may correct me, but once you classify something as bad debt, you're almost accepting that the likelihood of you receiving that money back is very little.
Maybe I must say that I've not been to the university for a very long time, so my experience would be just guided by the limited period that I've been. So in terms of effectiveness of withholding certificate, I think because it's a practice that is already existing, I suppose it is effective because currently we just need to find, as the VC is saying, an alternative way of getting a student to pay back the money, as it were. At the moment, maybe it's something that we just, as you're saying, as a sector, we need to explore.
Okay. No, thank you. Just last one, Chair. I know my time is finished. I was hoping to touch on the relations between labor and the executive management, but maybe we'll deal with it at a different time. I just wonder, VC or registrar, that it would probably serve the university if there's some healthy relationship between labor and the executive management, as well as the students. It is disheartening to hear some of the views. I mean, I did arrive late, but at least I got to hear the last presentation. I mean, I don't think it's healthy for the university to have a union that's representing almost 1,000 of the staff speaking in the manner that it is speaking. So I wonder if there needs to be some reflection at an executive. I know egos tend to come to play because labor is also not always innocent, as well as executive management not innocent. So people want to show each other who is more powerful than the other. You've got the system, they've got the workers on the ground. But I think it serves the university for there to be some investment into creating that cordial relationship between labor and many of the other stakeholders in the university. Just a reflection on my side based on that very short presentation. I didn't hear the other ones, so I can't make a conclusive. I can't make any conclusions. But I think, as a reflection for the university and its executive management, I think it would serve teaching and learning. It would serve the university if there were to be an investment in creating a much more healthy relationship with labor. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, Chair, just for the benefit of Honorable Lonzi, I must provide you comfort that the relationship with the student leadership is at an all-time high. Through the initiatives we have initiated, and it has nothing to do with politics anyway, Honorable Msezana, there's nothing to do with politics, it's just because, by the way, maybe just for you to know me better, I'm the former Dean of Students here, and all what you see is what we initiated.
Chair, can you protect the register from Honorable Msezana?
Yes. So I can assure you, you will also get feedback in my absence from some of your, some of the student community, including any other, including MKP, who are from there anyway. Yeah.
No, it's okay. No. Hold on, Susan. Yeah, Susan, hold on. Don't abuse the register, please. VC?
I just want to deal with the issue that Mr. Lonzi raised with regard to the relationship between management and the unions. I think what you saw happening today is very characteristic now of TENUSA. Even within their own realm, which is the union movement, TENUSA comes out alone and doesn't want to engage with the other two unions. So you saw it happening before us here. In 2019, 2020, we arranged, I think, or 2020, 2021, I can't remember very well now. We arranged a process of mediation and engagement that was run by the CCMA. We started that process very well. At some point, the unions, with Tenusa leading there, withdrew from that process. That's the process that was supposed to help us get together much better. We have, as you have heard, we have a labor management consultative forum. Tenusa has decided not to agree to what everybody else has agreed as the terms of reference. And as a result of that, is not participating in the labor management consultative forum. I'm not saying we should not do what we did in 2020, 2021 about engaging on another process where we could try and level out the playing field, reduce our differences of opinion. We could certainly start that process. But I think there is also some soul searching that is required on the part of Tenusa, always wanting to separate itself from where things are happening. And then they come here and complain about we are not in the labor management consultative forum and so forth. And lastly, about the emails that are being talked about. We have never received any email from the portfolio committee, that is portfolio committee at gov.za. You don't know who this portfolio committee is. We know when we get an email from the chair, from Kabinets, but Tenusa, for whatever reason, wants to present itself as tenusa@dut.ac.za. You don't know who is addressing. So what I will admit to is that perhaps people in our ICTS may not have, I'm pretty sure that those who are in Tenusa, who hold office there, have email addresses that could be used. But if you think you are going to continue to use tenusa@dut, you can't. So you may receive the emails because it's very clear when I write an email that it comes from the VC. It's very clear it comes from the registrar. But from Tenusa, you don't know who is addressing it. And one time when there's something wrong in that communication and you want to deal with it, you won't know who to engage with. I'll stop there, Chair.
So you are saying the relationship with other unions is then strong. The problem is Tenusa.
The other unions engage with us at the Labor Management Consultative Forum. Yes, there may be issues, as the chair of NEHAU put on the table. There are lots of other issues we could deal with. Of course, the relationship between management and the unions is always a very difficult one, but we would like that the existing structures and forums that are there for engagement be used rather than trying to create a separate structure for Tenusa, because it seems that's what Tenusa is looking for. They've been writing to everyone in the country. I'm sure the portfolio committee has received dossiers. They write to the public protector, they write to everybody. That is not going to help. As I'm saying, way back, we brought the CCMA to bring us together. They move out of that process. It's very unfortunate.
Okay. Unions, I would want you to answer the question, the relationship between yourself and management. So we'll start with you, Tinosa, Nehau, and Teune. Okay, Tenosa.
Thank you, Chair.
It's probably your phone next to the mic.
Thank you, Chair. So, Honorable Lonzi, I think we would not stand in front and put that to the portfolio committee if we didn't feel strongly. I think the question to ask yourself, how then did Tenusa have so many members if we are the problem? Because staff choose a union that would look after their interests. But it does not mean we must sell our members out and sit in a forum because we need to sit in the forum. Of course, there will be disagreements. We're not saying there's no disagreements. We're not saying that we can agree 100%. But what we say is let's get together and get a win-win situation that's going to be good for the university and the staff because they work down at the grassroots. So I think that building workplace relationship that the Vice Chancellor has alluded to, it started well. Tenusa was there. Nehawu was not there, and we continued with that process for quite a few sessions. But that session was then used as a platform to bring policies to be changed and amended. We did not build the workplace relations, but we started introducing operational issues into that. So we needed to build the relations and then discuss any policy changes. We will not want to exclude ourselves from any statutory bodies. We have our members who sit on IF and so forth, that's fine. Labor Management Consultative Forum is a forum that is not a statutory body. It doesn't exist anywhere in the Duty Statute or the Higher Education Act. It is not a decision-making body. Tenusa was the only union that had the original terms of reference that informed how that forum would function. But unfortunately, it was unilaterally changed. And when we did not agree to the changed terms of reference, we decided that it was futile to sit in there. So I think those things need to be, you need to know the detail into those aspects. We are amenable to any kind of negotiation, consultation, but you can't be referee and player. And that is why earlier in my submission I said, we all conflicted, let us get someone from the outside to come handle these issues. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Nteo?
Ngiyabonga Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. I cannot say that we have that much differences between management and labor and us, or should I say. As you all know that when we negotiate, sometimes we won't see eye to eye. But what we do as Indeu is to do what's best for our members. Try sometimes to, there are times where you need to compromise some of the things, not everything, but for the sake of negotiating and coming into consensus, that I can say. Thanks.
Thank you, Nehal.
Thank you, Chair. Having a feedback. No, Chair, mine is very simple. As Nehal, we are not the enemies of management. We understand that very clearly because at the end of the day, we need to influence the decisions that management takes. We need to be involved in processes and make sure that at the end of the day, our staff members do benefit. As I've indicated earlier on, that we did successfully manage to save 154 jobs as Nehau, and we are proud of that. And at that time, we're not even a majority. Last year, the 2023 and towards 2024, we were the majority union, but the level of insults that we were receiving from some of our colleagues made us realize that maybe we should let go of the majoritarian status and give it to some other people that might use it maybe in a different way that might work for the institution and benefit the staff members. But Chair, what I will say is it will not benefit us to point fingers while we are sitting here. All we are looking for is to make sure that our staff members at DUT, they do benefit by all means. And let me assure everyone sitting here, we are not sellout. We're not interested in in those things. Yes, we've been called those things, but anyway, we've come to realization that we cannot then let go of our staff members and let them be fired or whatever happens to them and be let go and stay at home with no jobs for the sake of saying that we are arguing with management. At some point, you need to find a different mechanism to find solutions without having had to sell your members. And we are here today, we are invited, we honor the invitation because our interest at heart is our staff members and we protect everyone, even those who are not members of NEHAW. We do have their interest at heart. Thank you.
No, thank you. The mayor, the sound went down. Honorable Loans, there's Council for Higher Education in 2023 released a policy on articulation policy on articulation into and within higher education. I'm going to share it with you guys. The big problem we have here, DDGs, is that the Department of Higher Education and Training is unable, DDG, to do oversight over universities who tremble upon your own policies. Because if you look at this policy, DDG Zungu, there should be nowhere where a traditional university refuses people with a clear articulation on NQF framework to graduate. But they are able to do so because our own department is not doing oversight over these institutions the way that they should. And we ought to, look, we've agreed that we'll have a conversation with the department. I think we're meeting them on Wednesday. Yeah, the 15th, from 9 till 5. So we'll have enough time with the department next week, Wednesday, in Cape Town. As part of the things I'm going to share it with you, you'll see it's very clear. And I don't understand why people must then go to court and lose money unnecessary, the money we don't have, pay lawyers who are losing cases week in and week out. In any case, Honorable Nguban.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think first time I hear the union that let go of the majority status. I've been the shop steward or CW. The majority numbers is highly important if you run a union. It's cash coming in. So, and I note, Chair, that when the SRC was presenting here, I saw that he was flowing. It confirms that the relationship is at an all-time high.
No, hands off the student. I think there's an attempt by MKP to attack the students. I suspect it might be the problem of Floyd and Julia. So,
thanks, Chair. Chair, from my side, what I would like to know to Vice Chancellor, one of your Vice Chancellor is on suspension with Dr. Mteto. Can we get a response to why was she suspended from the beginning? What happened? Why was she suspended? Where is she? Where the situation is? And then so that we know.
Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. It's going to be a difficult one because I have to be very careful about, and I know that members here may have parliamentary privilege, but I don't know if I were to face the Labour Court and I begin to say things, if I, as Vice Chancellor, would have that same privilege. There were several things, and I therefore have to talk in more generalities. The suspension which took effect on the 18th of June.
Please, just pause a second, Vice
Oh.
Chancellor.
No, thanks, man. I'm rising just to request that the VC must speak into the mic and be audible.
Oh.
And because Warmut is mumbling now.
The the suspension that took effect on the 18th of June was based on several matters pertaining to performance in a number of areas that the Deputy Vice Chancellor, People and Operations, is responsible for. I will just mention two of those areas without giving the details that are in a charge sheet that is already ready for serving any of these days. But they have to do with performance in the area of a tender for security. Security resides within People and Operations in this DVC position. They have to do with human capital services. In the presentations by unions, you will have had a number of challenges between unions and management, which actually have to be managed through this portfolio. The chairperson of NEHAU, for example, referred to staff members in July 2024, 154 who received letters of retrenchment. Yes, those letters were withdrawn, but the Human Capital Services Unit should not even have written them in the first place. So the suspension is to do with those areas of performance. There are more areas of performance. When the suspension took place on the 18th of June this year, there was an attempt through the Labour Court to deem that suspension unfair and reverse it. So on the 27th of June, we were at the Labour Court. We were taken to the Labour Court by Dr. Mtetwa, and she failed to convince the Labour Court for various reasons. That's basically where we are. We then continued with a number of investigations that had to be taken on the allegations that had been on the table. In fact, no sooner had she been suspended on the 18th of June had we then received a 57-page dossier with a lot of allegations that we have not even right now been able to complete investigations on. And I'm not going to go into a number of those allegations, but we've had, for example, one report from that process of investigation around nepotism, for example, and I'm not going to go into the details about that. So unfortunately, even though we have what the SRC president referred to as DUT's Living Values Framework, the Living Values Framework, it's really about the values and principles that are meant to usher in a new institutional culture at DUT. That whole project about our Living Values Framework is actually managed from the People and Operations portfolio. But when you begin to have allegations around nepotism and so on that are not in keeping with those values and principles, you then wonder what the entire university might be thinking about, what the university is trying to do as we attempt to change the institutional culture around. So those are some of the issues that Dr. Mtetwa has been suspended for.
Okay, thanks, VC. So it's not true that she was suspended because she wrote a letter to the chair complaining about the VC. So that that assertion is not true? Is that what you are confirming here?
It's not true.
Okay. The investment strategy that the DUT is busy with, the one of 5 billion rand in call account, where is that process of that? There is an investment strategy of trying to make sure that the amount in a call account yields value for the DUT. So where is that process? I'm sure probably the CFO will explain where is that process, how is it going, and if you can respond to that, CFO.
Thank you. So earlier, last year, Council decided to have an investment strategy and a policy. So we got some resources to put together that strategy. Unfortunately, before they could complete, they left the university. So we decided to outsource that function and get some experts to draft the policy. The policy was drafted. It went through the management committee. It was approved. It went to the finance committee. Then ultimately it was approved by the council now in September. So that's where we are with the policy.
Okay, is it true, CFO, that there was a service provider that proposed that strategy and the document of the service provider were utilized to assist another service provider about the strategy, which currently I think there is the lawyers' papers served to your office about those documents?
The service provider that we engaged this year started afresh. They are experts in terms of writing these policies. So they didn't use anybody else's information. They just got financial statements from the university and saw what our current portfolio is looking like, and then they drafted the policy from scratch based on their own knowledge. Yes, in terms of a challenge from another competing service provider who was not successful in the tender, we received the challenge. We referred it to our attorneys. They responded to that, and that was the last I heard of it. I'm not sure where it is now in terms of the process, but all I know that we responded from our legal perspective on that.
So can you confirm then, CFO, that that entity, Africa Vuga Investment, will be misleading if they say that they had a conversation with you about the proposal and sat with you and gave you the document, and after that were shunned the door and they were never entertained, but the proposal is mushrooming somewhere with another service provider? Will that be correct, or would you confirm that?
Yeah, in terms of the documents that we received, they did meet. They say they allege that they met with the previous CFO. As I said, I'm not sure if I said it, but I've only been in the institution this year, so I'm not sure what happened last year. But in their papers, they allege that they had a meeting with the previous CFO. They exchanged whatever documents that they exchanged, and they allege that we used those documents to draft the policy. But I can tell you for certainty that the policy that we have now is a policy that was drafted from scratch or from the floor, not using anybody else's information.
CFO, the relationship between the DUT and Moses Kotane, what's the relationship with the DUT and Moses Kotane? Is there Moses Kotane Institute?
I'm not aware of that relationship, Chair. Maybe people who've been in the university for longer, maybe they will be.
I think a VC wants to respond.
I don't have the details, I must be very honest. I know there is a relationship. We do have a relationship with a number of other government departments that don't have any obligation to spend any money in partnership with us. So the Provincial Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environment given that the Moses Kotane Research Institute is a subsidiary, let me use that word, of the department, because of their nature as a research institute, we do have a partnership with them on various projects. I'm sorry that Professor Nemabola, who is in charge of research, innovation, and engagement, is not with us. He's somewhere overseas. He could provide maybe a document later on a number of projects that were involved in with the Moses Kotane Research Institute.
One of the relationship, is it true that it's about assisting DUT with that smart lab that was built?
Oh, he's online. I've just been told that Prof. Nemabola is online, who could explain more about DUT's relationship with the Moses Kotane Research Institute. But I'm aware of a laboratory that has been set up as a partnership between the two institutions. So yes, there is a smart lab. I'm aware of that one in particular, but
Okay.
maybe not. The
So
different
if he's online, can you explain the relationship, the smart lab issue, as well as the value for the smart lab that was paid for as an asset for DUT?
I'm trying to look at our colleagues at the back about whether Professor Nemabola can come online. Oh, I'm just told by Mr. Khan that he was online, but as the questions came up, he just got lost. I'm sorry. I'm not saying this. I'm not saying that is the reason, but I was told that he's online, but they've struggled now to get him back. I'm sorry for that, but he could provide a document that explains everything about each and every project that we are doing with Moses Kotane Research Institute.
So if we can get that,
Oh, he's back on. I don't know if he heard what the questions are. I'm not sure.
Afternoon. Yes, afternoon, Chair. Yes, I've heard the question around what is the relationship between DUT and Moses Kotane Research Institute. What I can confirm is that indeed we have signed an MOU with the institute, and we run a number of projects with the institute. For example, we just launched.
I think I just wanted to know about the smart labs. I don't want to know about all the other projects, because there is some question about specifically the smart lab one. That's what I was specific about it. So I don't want to know about what Moses Kotane has done on all the project. I'm just asking about specifically this one. The others, they can submit in writing so that we know that there is a good relationship with Moses Kotane that they work with. But mainly, I'm interested in Smart Lab working relationship on how the project was sourced and acquired, implemented, the budget and the value for money as an asset for the institution.
DVC?
Yes, I think that indeed we do have a relationship with them, in particular around the smart robotics lab. We could provide in writing details of how the funding was acquired. If we were applied for funding, we'll be able to provide such details, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, it's fine if we can provide that details. And CFO, the assertion that there was a finance manager at your office that was dismissed just for asking a moral questions about the payment, that they were not complying in terms of the payment process. Is that true? If it's true, how did it happen and what were the reasons for it? Finance manager in your office? Chair, I'm not aware of anybody who was dismissed for asking questions. No, nobody, people resigned, but nobody was dismissed at finance for asking questions. So there's no Certainly- finance manager? Certainly not in 2025. I'm not sure in 2025. When did you start? Oh, you just knew, CFO you knew, and now you... Yeah, I started in 2025. Or 2024? Yeah. Okay, all right. Okay, I think, Chair, most of the questions then we will submit them in writing, yeah.
No, thank you very much. They will send to us in writing. Honorable Khabu.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the opportune moment. Let me demonstrate to Nehau that power is something that you struggle to get, and as a result, you can't hand it over easily. It's unlike fish oil or sugar that you can enter into a shop and buy it. You contest for it, and after contesting for it, you make use of it. SRC, part of your presentation, you have spoken about historical debts and academic records, but in between, you decided not to engage us on it. Can you explain what is it that you're referring to? Because I just went through your slide. It's just written historical debts and academic records, but it does not really elaborate as to what is the position of the SRC in relation to that. Can you please elaborate?
Hey, Bangloya ngaphandle kwengubo. No, thank you very much, Mr. Part of the engagement of the historical debt, we've mentioned that it is indeed an issue at duty. But earlier this week, when I engaged with the finance and the financial aid department, looking for the reports and the records in terms of numbers and all of those things, they've said to us, and I was part of the meeting whereby we engaged NSFAS to say, this issue of historical debt, there must be a report that is done by the university to see how many students were part of those things. So he said to me that there are still engagements around that matter. So I emphasized it so that it can be a process that can be fast-tracked so that students themselves can access their results and their certificates. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. CFO, can you kindly take us into confidence as to, in line with your application fees that you have collected for the current academic year, how much have you collected from the application fees?
I'm not sure. Chair, can we provide that answer in writing? I don't have that answer offhand.
CFO, is there anything that you know? Ever since we got here, we've never responded to any of the questions. Is there anything that you know in relation to the finances of this institution?
On the investment policy, I provided an answer. On the question of collection of debt, I provided an answer. So, Chair, I'll be
Okay,
providing
fine.
answers.
How much have you collected on the current academic year from your application fees? That is my question. Can you respond to it? I will not want it in writing. I want my response now.
Chair, if I can be given time, then I'll ask and then answer.
Thank you very much, CFO. That's what I expected from you to say. At least give me a minute or two, not say in writing. And also explain to me, while you are there, in terms of the amount that you have collected, how much have you reinvested in education, specifically in addressing historical debts of the students? Let me go to the next question that I wanted to pose to you. Earlier when you spoke of bad debts, can you provide reasons why have you not written them off? And according to you, does it make financial sense to withhold the student certificates?
This year, we wrote off about 22 million rands of student debt, which is a historic. Some of it was also written off last year. In terms of the policy of holding back the certificate for collection of debt, as I said earlier, currently it's the only mechanism that is available to us to hold the students so that they can pay back the money.
As a financial person, does it make financial sense for you to withhold the money? to withhold a certificate. I'll make you a practical example. When you go to a bank and borrow money, you submit all the necessary documents. But one critical document that must assist you to advance your life, practically an ID, the bank does not withhold it. Why do you withhold certificates, and according to you, does it make financial sense? Don't tell me about the policy. Don't tell me about your traditional way of doing things. Speak as a financial person, whether does it make sense or not.
It will be very difficult to speak outside the policy because I'm subject to the university policies. So
I'm sourcing for your personal view. As a financial person, I believe that you were brought into the institution given your in-depth understanding of the finances, financial management, including being creative enough to introduce new ways of managing finances. Your personal view, not policy. Because policy can be wrong, that's why they must be reviewed.
I hear you, member, but I'm saying that I cannot work outside the policies of the university.
So you can't tell me your personal view, or you don't have a view on this matter?
I can't tell you my personal view because I'm
Thank you
working
very much.
within the
Let's leave
policies
it
of the
there.
university.
When were you appointed CFO?
In January,
January 2025.
yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me give you a briefer. VC, when were you appointed?
With effect from the 1st of October 2016.
Can you please assist me? You see, I'm speaking into the mic so that I'm audible, so that I'm able to respond to any question when it's been asked in line with what I've said. Please speak into the mic. When were you appointed?
1 October 2016.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to prove to you, Chairperson and the committee, that our problem here is the department that we are sitting with of higher education and training. Department, let me go to you. Your fourth quarter report on the 2024-2025 financial year in terms of performance, you have indicated that the Mbali precinct was not completed as planned. Why was the target not met? And in the process, tell us, where is the DG? Why is he not here?
Thank you very much, Honorable Khabo. We have provided reasons for why the Mbali precinct was not met, but I would be the first to agree that the reasons provided are quite frankly not adequate. We received a letter from the portfolio committee to say that this is not acceptable. And what we have done is we've all as DDGs and our branches corrected the reasons provided for the Mbali precinct.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
So, DDG, do you accept that you have not met the targets as expected? Do you also accept that the reasons that you had provided were not making sense? Do you also accept that you have failed as a department to meet your target as per the APPS that you have adopted and the targets that you have set for yourselves as a department?
Yes.
Explain to us, while you are accepting, where is the DG?
Which questions should I start with, Chair, Honorable Member?
Okay, no, thank you very much. That one of accepting, I'm asking you, do you accept that as a department, you have failed to play your oversight on not only universities, but generally failing to adhere to the targets that you have set for yourselves? I've made an example of Mbali precinct. You yourself have just accepted that even reasons that you have provided do not make sense. Do you accept?
Yes, for the Mbali precinct, I accept.
Thank you very much. Let me ask you another
The
question.
DG, yes.
The DG.
The DG has not been well, Honorable Member. He has been off sick. He's only back in the office today. Prior to that, when he was not well, the DDG Soptiwa was acting. Yesterday, DDG Zungu was acting. As I understand it, the DG is only back in the office today.
No, thank you very much. Can I check with you? I've made an observation that I might be wrong, but I'm convinced I'm right. Majority of your councils and management are closer to retirement age. And we have recently been dealing with appointees who must make sure that they reflect or they fill up those councils. Why is it that young people, who majority of them are unemployed and highly educated in South Africa, who've got fresh ideas, who will not rely on historical ways of doing things, why are they not being appointed in these councils?
Honorable Khabo, I will explain further regarding the Imbali precinct, but as the honorable member is aware, my role is planning policy and strategy, and my colleagues who handle institutions that have got councils are better placed to answer that question. And with your permission, may I ask perhaps that maybe DDG Zungu answer that question.
No, thank you very much. Let's agree that I'll come back to that question because I would like to augment it. Now that you say that DDG Zungu will respond to it.
All
I
right.
would like to rephrase it.
You'd
and
like to
augment it.
ask me
Yes.
more questions?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Let me go to you, Mr. Wiseman, Council Chair. On the 3rd of September 2024, you wrote a letter as the Council Chair, Mr. Wiseman Madinami. And if I were to quote part of or your closing remarks, when you had written to the minister complaining or citing the collapse and dysfunctionality of council and unrepairable relations between council and other stakeholders. Let me quote you in the letter that you had written. Open quote, I plead that the minister invoke relevant provisions of the act by appointing an independent assessor, close quotation. Can you comment on that letter and probably take us into confidence? Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much for that question. I mean, there's context to everything. At the time I wrote that letter, we were going through a very, very tough time as DUT. A group of external members of council went on a rampage, I would call that. Calling meetings that were not, that had no standing, as per the DUT statute and the Higher Education Act. And at that point, I felt it was important to make the minister aware and asking the minister to intervene. Unfortunately, that intervention did not happen. And we've taken it upon ourselves as council to self-correct. And that is culminated in the establishment of an independent code of conduct to deal with various complaints that were there from internal members of council and external members of council. We are expecting that report of this independent code of conduct committee in November. But as the registrar said, that the resignations that we've mentioned earlier are a result of that process. I think those members that have resigned, I think they saw the pile of evidence stacked against them, and they opted to exit. As we speak, council is united, council is effective, council is providing oversight as expected, and we've really turned the corner.
No, thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. No, you can stay there, Don. Are you saying that part of the problems that you had, you must, if in case you had forgotten the contents of your letter, I can share them with you, can share the letter with you. Okay, fine. Because in your letter, that is not the only reason that you had raised, as much as you are speaking of self-correction. But let me deal with what you have presented. Are you saying that because of you had failed to manage internal relations, as people who were appointed to manage or play oversight on the management, you had failed to manage your own internal relations, and as a result, you had to go out and appoint someone or some people to come and assist you to manage your own issues? Is that what you are saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
right,
And,
no, no, no.
let me explain, because a
You
straight
see, when
answer.
you see, no. You see, when I want the context,
Yeah.
I'll tell you. When I want the context, I will tell you. Can I continue with my?
Okay.
Okay. Chairperson, moving towards my closing questions, I want to check with you. You spoke of the forensic investigation report. Is it the council that took a decision that the report must be reviewed? Yes or no?
It was largely management and some members of council.
What was the council's resolution on that, or decision in relation to the forensic investigation?
So we had in-committee meetings discussing that report, which excluded internal members. And their report had to go to a full council meeting, which I called on the 17th of August, 2024. And that meeting was collapsed. And I was ejected out of that meeting. And that
Yourself as chairperson, you were
Yes,
ejected?
I was ejected, yes.
How?
Yes, that's correct.
How? You were voted out, or how?
I was ejected.
Let me tell you what we do when a person is problematic in our committee. Some members will attest to that. We call security. Yeah? Then they take you out peacefully. If you revolt, they find ways of taking you out. So I want to check with you. It's an interesting part, Chairperson, that a council chair is thrown out of a meeting.
No,
Maybe, Chair, if you can, maybe just a minute, my apology. My apology from deviating. It's just that I got interested by the fact that a whole chairperson, I'm just thinking that can we eject you out of the meeting? If possible, let us practice it now. Chair, can you take us into confidence? I'm asking you this thing because of, you would know that there was an investigation conducted. I want to understand from your angle, apart from you being injected, you had spent money on that investigation. I wanted to check how much have you spent on that investigation that has been conducted, and maybe just to refresh your memory, maybe as part of the party. In short, I've got some few things, Chairperson. Just that I'm worried about the time allocation of today, but I'm interested on the Chairperson, because failure for us to have a council that is able to hold management accountable, we are going to have problems. Maybe that's what I wanted to check with you. As in, when we are explaining the ejection, kindly take us into confidence in relation to the amount that we have spoken about, because it becomes a worrying factor that the people who must hold the management accountable suddenly want to become defenders of the management.
Yeah.
It raises eyebrows. We begin to ask ourselves that in between this year and last year, because it's just the space of 12 months, what is it that you have has made you to change your mind? What informs the sudden change of heart and feeling towards the management when the contents or the situation on the ground has not changed in terms of the issues of the project?
So let me start with the ejection. So I believe in honesty and transparency, and there was a motion that was raised that I'm conflicted. So conflict is conflict, even if it's perceived. So I stood up and left because there was doubt in my character and my integrity. So I thought the meeting will benefit better if I'm not there. And that is the ejection. So I voluntarily walked out after being cited as conflicted. Coming to the second part of your question, how much was the forensic report? I honestly don't remember. I don't handle the payments. I know that there were additional funds that were made available to complete the report.
Unfortunately, that report is in court. There's a provisional order on it that is setting it aside. And unfortunately, the High Court in Durban has a massive backlog. We haven't got a date for that matter to be heard and be finalized.
Okay, so yeah, I'll give you now. So when a matter of your conflict was called or was raised, you left the meeting, or the council took a decision to ask you to recuse yourself. What? Explain it. Let it be clear.
So there was discomfort that I had called a full council meeting to deliberate on that report. And I think that's why there was unhappiness of that decision, but I know the powers of the chair. You can call a meeting as chair. And there was substance to be discussed in that meeting. I think those who had other intentions felt that I should not be in that meeting. And indeed, that meeting collapsed. All the internal members were also asked to leave, and only the external members remained. And it was in that context that I wrote that letter to the minister. So that's what happened.
Yeah, you're not answering the question I asked. There was perceived conflict. The matter was raised in the meeting. Did council vote on it?
No.
Did council decide on it? Or you've just walked out when the matter was raised?
No. So as I said earlier, the best way to manage conflict is that even when conflict is perceived, you have to recuse yourself. And it's on that basis that I said I am going to walk out and leave the meeting because I cannot be part of a meeting where my own integrity is in question.
So a decision was taken that you'll walk out by yourself.
I didn't put the matter on, because I was chairing, I didn't put the matter on the vote.
Yeah.
There was a motion, there were one or two other people who supported it, and I then recused myself.
Okay, so you are not ejected, you walked out, you recused yourself. I want us to be clear on, because being ejected means something else. And I don't want us to enter into politics to say the matter was raised because of I had called a meeting. It's something we can't prove. Somebody might write to us as we speak now and say, no, the chair of council is not telling the truth. Here are the minutes of this council meeting, and this did not happen. And I don't want us to go there. People do that. They tell us something, and then, because people are watching, they will then send us this. That's why I want us to be clear on what really happened. So you voluntarily walked out of the meeting to protect the integrity of the meeting.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Honorable Lonzi, I'll give you.
No, now that you have clarified the ejection part, because I was going to give the chair comfort as someone who has been ejected from a meeting. But it seems like we don't share the same reality.
Honorable Mr.
No, Chair, I'll go last on that matter that I raised with you. No. Yeah.
Chairperson, two things. The chair of council said that the basis of the collapse of the meeting was him being conflicted. That's what led to the collapse. And I'd want him to clarify that conflict. What was the basis of the argument of conflict? Were you conflicted in the report? No, allow me. Were you mentioned in the report or somebody suspected that you were involved in the report, I'll now give you a context. One member of one political organization is being made mention by one of the witnesses. That member of a political party is part of the ad hoc committee. There is a basis of the request for her to be recused on the basis of conflict, her being mentioned by one of the witnesses. That's what informs my question. What was the basis? Abanabare, your hands are in the cookie jar, or the investigation has proven that your hands are in the cookie jar, or you were suspected that your hands are in the cookie jar, or what was the rationale, the basis of you being argued that you are conflicted in this process? Thank you.
Yeah, I can confirm, Chair, that that report did not cite me at all. I read it more than 3, 4, 5 times. So that's the
you
first
did
one.
not believe it the first time. You went again.
No. No. It was important. It was important to understand it fully. I don't know why I was asked to leave. And I can't really speak for those people. They are not even part of council anymore.
No, Chairperson.
So I don't know.
Are you saying that you don't know why you were told that you must leave the meeting? What informs the...
So Chair, I can tell you what I think. And I don't think that will help this committee.
Okay, no. So when they were raising the issue of conflict, they did not say chair is conflicted because of 1, 2, 3, 4. They just said chair is conflicted and he must leave.
As far as I remember, the Reg was there. He
Register, help us.
He's our secretary as well.
Register, help us.
Yeah, let me just provide context, Nkhonne, if you allow me.
No, I'm not Nkhonne, I'm Honorable Khaolatle Khao.
Yebo, honorable member, yes. Let me provide you with the context. All right. The report comes on the 3rd of August. It gets adopted. And it is adopted by a section of council. Now, that's a weighty decision. The statute is very clear who is council in the first place. So the report gets adopted by that small group on the 3rd of August, with a proviso to have another meeting on the 17th of August of themselves. I confer with Chair that it is irregular in terms of the statute to continue with the so-called in-committee meetings, which is not even provided in the statute. As a matter of fact, in-committee is an in-committee linked to a meeting. Once those that have been declared conflicted because of the matter to be discussed are then recused formally in a council meeting. The the statute does not speak of in-committee. That's a tactic to manage conflict of interest. Now we are correcting that on the 17th. And then the first part of the meeting started with contention. In our report, in our presentation, it is mentioned in detail in one of the slides dealing with the 17th of August, particularly because the chair insisted of having a full council with a particular agenda, which can be shared with you.
No.
But I'm trying to provide context because the honorable member was interested in the context.
No, the question is, what was the perceived conflict of interest raised by these members to the VC?
To the chair, the perceived conflict of interest was based on the fact that the chair did not agree with their desire to continue with the in-committee. And by hook or crook, they felt, no, they want to continue with in-committee, despite the fact of interpretation of statute.
Okay.
Another seminal meeting of the 17th that determined the health of our council going forward.
So the chair was, the issue of conflict was raised on the 17th of August.
Yes.
Okay, so, and the conflict was that the chair on the 3rd of August did not agree with an in-committee meeting.
Subsequent to the 3rd of August, we conferred with the chair that the planned meeting of the 17th must actually be a full council meeting to deliberate on this weighty matter. As a matter of fact, after he was declared conflicted, there were also aspersions cast on my own, given the fact that as a secretary to council, I'm also an executive manager at this institution reporting to the Vice Chancellor.
Yeah.
But also even the agenda items that were provided there were implicating some of the members of that council. So that's why we said they wanted to collapse. They collapsed the meeting. We have that on record to the extent that my state of sobriety was even questioned at that point in time. And I said, I'm very sober and I know the statute and I'm going to seek legal opinion because whatever you are trying to do now is soon to be litigious, and it became. History did. The High Court on the 18th of September ruled and nullified all the decisions of the so-called in-committee sessions. We have the judgment shared with you.
No problem. We'll get to those ones. Honorable Law.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I wish to welcome the presentations first and foremost, and I want to ask the CFO. CFO, what are your legal costs for 2024-2025 so far? Mike, CFO.
For 2025,
Financial year, the cycle of financial year 24-25.
The last one that was audited.
Yeah.
can I check and then get back
How
to you?
is you don't know, ne?
I don't have it offhand.
All right. Let me ask you again while you are there. What was the original amount of the 355D DUT project?
The original amount was 400 million. 355.
Yes.
Yes.
And to date, how much have you spent so far?
I think over 550 million.
All right, thanks. Chair, I went through your letter that you have written to the minister. Key to your letter, you have raised quite a significant issue to the minister to say, Minister, in all of the attempts that we have done, it becomes quite important that in your intervention, you bring us an independent assessor, given the fact that the situation, you could not have rescued the situation. Now, what becomes a worrying factor is how the 360 degrees on how you have turned on the issue, and vis-a-vis, there's an issue of a forensic report that is in question. Now, I would want to check with your honest assessment and view. Do you still think that we need an independent assessor or things according to progress? And what is the progress to mitigate on the factors that were raised that you could have had with the Council for Management, and it must be specific?
Yes, the letter I wrote when we were in crisis, and that intervention was very urgent. Unfortunately, I didn't even get acknowledgement of receipt of that letter. We regrouped as council. We've dealt with the issues, difficult issues. We've dealt with those. And as I mentioned earlier, the council is functional, and it's been functional since November, scheduled meeting of November last year, because the September meeting we missed because as EXCO, the temperatures were high. We asked that there should be no meeting because every time there's a meeting, there's frictions. So we asked that let there be cool off until the matters in court have been dealt with. So in November, we actually had a meeting on Friday to deal with the work that we should have done in September. And then on a Saturday, we dealt with the issues of the November meeting covering the third quarter. So we've come a long way since then. We've established an independent code of conduct. We've done an external evaluation, and that is, I think, external evaluation number 4. First one was Professor Gauli, former Vice Chancellor of University of Natal then. Second one was Professor Ndebele. And the third one was Professor Mosala. The recent one is Dr. Swimer. And we've taken all the learnings from each of these assessments and correct whatever has been pointed out. So I'm trying to demonstrate to you that from September last year to now, it's a complete different council. Functional, we respect each other, we respect the protocol, we talk in language that is expected, and we have brought back the decorum of council.
No, thanks, Chair. You know, Chair, I want to ask the other question that says that in all of what you've submitted, is this the reason that council could have now challenged the forensic report?
Just repeat your question.
For the fact that you could have met each other through your boss Berat, and all you need is to meet each other and solve your issues in how you have dealt with them. Is it the fact that the council, for it to challenge the forensic report, is it that intervention that you're referring to that made it to be challenged?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether I get you, but I'll try and make an attempt.
Okay, let me make it simple.
Okay.
You have written to the minister, you want an independent assessor. You had issues. Intertwined to that, there's a forensic report that council is challenging. I'm asking what your submission to say there was intervention. Is it the reason that makes you to now challenge this forensic report to court? Or what informs the council to challenge this review of the forensic report?
I mean, the matter is sub judice. I could take into confidence, but the matter is sub judice. There were some serious issues with that report, including the appointment of the service provider. Submitted late, but somehow made it and got appointed, and there are serious problems with that report. But let me just say that we are where we are as council because of the collective effort of every member of council to make sure that we reestablish ourselves to the disciplines that we've always had in our council. And I'm really proud of what we've achieved, given where we were over 15 months ago.
No, things that council could sit down and resolve an issue, and then I hope that the matter will be dealt with accordingly. Who's dealing with infrastructure? Ndade? Ndade Mhlongo. I have a question for you here. Given the multiple project delays and overruns, what specific actions were taken to improve project planning and execution with regard to your infrastructure projects? Maybe you could give me your plan and execution when you initiate a project. And then what are how do you start to initiate the project?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, it's true. We've had quite a number of delays, project delays, with regard to infrastructure implementation. That's why you would have seen that part of DOT 355 was exactly that. So I'll start with what we have done so far, and then also talking about the methodology as you're indicating. Part of the assessments that we did as part of the DOT 355
we indicated a number of shortcomings, including the performance, the monitoring and management of contractors. That's why you would have seen that we are where we are with duty 355 in terms of completion as a result of termination of the contract. We've terminated the contract. We've implemented a strict performance management of all the contracts that we have. Over and above that, on my presentation, I did share the framework that we have implemented, we have adopted in 2024, that we are implementing to improve the planning of the infrastructure and the rolling out of the infrastructure, that we don't just send to the department when we request funding. We don't send a list of wish list. We rather develop business cases so that we've done all our planning, pre-feasibility and detailed planning upfront. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks. I don't have much of the time.
No, I'm going to pause your time.
Okay.
I'm interested to hear if the Chair of Council wants to answer on the issue of infrastructure. The Chair, please.
Yes, so what I do want to add is, as council, we have now established a subcommittee on infrastructure and ICT because there's a big ticket projects and we want to have oversight. And that committee is chaired by Ms. Matigela, sitting 3-6. Oh, she's outside. So she chairs that committee. So council has direct understanding of all these important and big projects.
No, thanks very much. You know, I've asked these questions deliberate, Council Chair, and I'm going to submit and close my iPad, and I'm going to submit to the committee. Yeah, Chair, we're dealing with people who are not honest with ourselves. In the syndicate, they are implementing whatever that has been raised, and at the same time, that thing has been challenged while it's up to decay, technical. And I'm glad that the Chair of Council could come in and speak of the measures in place. And what a coincidence that these were the things that one could have identified as the risk factors that could have identified. Now there's a cohort or there's a certain cabal I want to classify in this council and management. That's why there were two groupings at the ultimate end. The other one was eliminated. While it was eliminated, technically out of nowhere, they are implementing what is subjudicated to court in a way that is indirectly, Chair. Because I can tell in how these matters are being dealt with. And immediately I'm saying this, I've not seen a report, but I'm assuming a project backlog or a project that is in a forensic report would have certain issues or effect that is negatively impacting on issues of corruption, failure to have proper planning, failure to know what are the actual or current actual designs that are expected that should go according to procedure. So I'm quite content. The intervention and the so-called unity and the intervention of council, I don't think is genuine. It was based on the way to assist the process. I want to be frank and honest. In what we've got as responses, it was deliberate. We've given us an action plan while we are technically playing the devil's advocate in terms of in front of everybody. So I would want to be frank and honest with yourselves. You need to be honest to yourselves. And I'm hoping, as you've said, Chair, that you have dealt with the conflict as council, you are working together. It doesn't come back to yourselves, to your good selves and haunt you for the fact that I can tell in my analysis what could have transpired. And I'm quite content with regard to that. Haven't you got the amount, CFO? Okay, you can, in the main, because I want to work on
For 2024, it's 4.7 million.
Okay. Yeah. No, thanks. So, Chair, my submission is that we should look on to this particular way. And the other concern, as I submit, I want to raise is that in all of the oversights, ever since we've embarked and ever since we've been part of this oversight as the higher education, I'm quite concerned with the department's participation on how they are playing oversight, and for the fact that every time we are the ones who should go and operationalize and get down to the issues of colleges or institutions, while we could have expected more of the department to be inclined and to mitigate on other of the issues. And I'm raising all of this because the world is undergoing major and profound change in science and technology, advancing in all corners. And every time when we went to come to universities, we're confronted with two things. When people don't create their own projects or delays and neglecting teaching and learning, they are either in a war of corruption to make our students to suffer, a war that delays and sabotages the workers and students because they don't have advancement of administrative authority. And because we are a portfolio committee of parliament, will come once or will come as scheduled, the advantage will be that the lawlessness and unprocedural factors will take effect in this university. And how will it take effect? It's when also in the presentation they've presented to us about the rest, that is not a true reflection, Chair. There's a rest that they have said they've completed it, Chair. And I can tell if one could provide sufficient evidence, it's not what they have said or reported to us good selves. And we should look on to those aspects as a portfolio committee. And I think part of our oversight members, it must be extended to also put a hand where we should also have interest on matters of legality, where we think things should be done according to procedure and we should follow the law in accordance. I want to be frank and honest. There's level of dishonesty from management level, and there's level of misleading with regard to how the internal controls and operations are being dealt with. That's my observation, and that's so in only the way it says there's a collapse of an institution with regard to its systems, more on governance part. And I will prove it when I'm going to send the written questions to the department. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, can I think the comments that have been made here are very serious. I do want to submit that we do our work with utmost integrity. We are not here to mislead. We are providing the facts. We can back those facts. So any comment that seeks to discredit us, I would like to put it on record that it's untrue. This council is made up of very serious people who do their work with pride. I don't take a stipend at duty because my employer allows me to do the work I'm doing. I have no financial interest at duty. And I'm giving back to society, I'm giving back to an institution that I studied at. So I just want to say and protect the integrity of this council. It's unfair to be labeled as misleading. That's not what we are here to do. We're here to engage openly and frankly. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. I'll give you Honorable Khakha because you said there's a question that was not answered. Maybe let me start with you, Chair. In you responding, I can't remember whether it was Honorable Khabo or Honorable Low, about the forensic report. You indicated that the process to appoint that forensic was also flawed. You asked for a legal opinion on that matter. What did the legal opinion do or say?
Yeah, there is a legal opinion. I'm not sure whether that was asked by me.
No, not necessarily the institution.
But the legal opinion has suggested that that appointment was unlawful.
Was unlawful.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And the law firm was at NSG Attorneys.
Who provided the legal opinion?
NSG.
Yes, yes. The
On
Regis
the 3rd of
confirmed.
July 2023.
I won't remember the days.
Okay.
Yeah.
When was the forensic concluded? Okay, let me ask it differently. When did you receive the forensic report?
The last presentation by the investigators was on the 3rd of August. It was a Saturday.
2024.
2024, yeah.
So you waited for a year, over a year, with a legal opinion that said to you the appointment of this firm was not right. Then you waited for a year and a bit for the conclusion of the forensic. And then you are saying to us now, apart from the substantive issues, we are questioning the substantive issues, but also they were not appointed correctly. When you waited for a year and a bit, do you think that is correct? Do you think that makes sense?
I don't think it's a year.
No, from 3 July, the NSG.
2023.
No, NSG gave you a report on the 3rd of July 2023. You got your report in August 2024.
So
that's 13 months.
So when that opinion was provided, I asked that we do not try and sabotage the investigation. So, and I said, let's allow this process to go forward. But a number of other things transpired over a period of the engagement with that report that suggested to me that this appointment was made in the way that it was made so that it makes the recommendations that it did.
Yeah.
So it was for me important at the time when the opinion was made to say, let's not try and have sideshows. Let's focus on this. But a number of other things did happen.
Remember these, I want to help you.
Chair, I was part of the team based on my expertise that actually appointed Sekela Xabisa. The facts raised by the chair are correct and are besides the forensic report. But I just wanted to provide clarity in terms of what went down at the time in the appointment. So the chair of audit.
No, we know what happened.
Yes, no, but I want to provide more clarity. I might not know the dates exactly, but what happened is that in the submissions that were made, we then sought clarity with the director of procurement in terms of the submissions that were made and what, if we then follow the process in terms of how we evaluated the 3 submissions, would there be an issue with this appointment? And the question was that, yes, indeed, we can continue. In our presentation, we did raise that there was this late submission, but because council has got the overriding decision to appoint, we then reviewed the submission on the basis that they made a submission. There was a criteria that would have been met. But what I want to say is that this is beside the fact. The fact in terms of the forensic report and how it was captured. And when we received the presentation from Sekela Klabiso, and we looked at it, and we started having debates, and we then went into this righteous journey that we then went into, which we have started to talk to. And that, for me, is the issue at hand. It's just how we differed and how we took each other on. The chair has gone into
You're not assisting us.
So I just want us to remove.
No, you're not assisting us. The chair said we're not entering the merits of what you want us to go to, because you're not going to answer when we ask you questions. So there's no need for you to tell us about the merits of what the chair asked us not to speak about because it's sub judice. So where you are going, I don't know what.
Where do you want to focus, Chair?
No, I've asked you a question. To close the mic, in fact. I don't know what clarity you think you're not providing clarity. You are actually not helping yourself, because the chair said the merits of this thing are sub judice. You are entering into those ones, this one, and that's not what we've asked. We've asked the chair a specific question. You received a legal opinion. I can tell you, in fact, how even you guys in council knew, because there was a law firm that asked, how did we not get appointed? We know, that's why I'm saying to you, don't tell us what we don't know. We know, you've provided us with these facts. We have them. So don't tell us things we have not asked you. We're asking you a specific, simple question. Chair, when did this, because this thing was done, and then was it the 29th of April or 29 May? 29 April, let me look quickly here. 29 April 2023. This is when the bid closed. And you are saying these ones, they submitted late. Because they submitted on the same day but at night. Right? So in May, in July, the 3rd of July, 2 months late, was 29 May's end of the month. So 2 months later, you are saying to us, you could not, 29 May, a month later, a month and 4 days or so, you could not rectify the appointment of this SKX because you did not want to disturb the investigation. What investigation was done at exactly a month and 4 days later? What investigation was done? When did this investigation start?
Chair, I won't remember the dates, but I think Sekela Klabiso had been to a meeting with us to present their preliminary or the progress report, call it that, and that started around the date you quoted, and obviously it took a long time. There were all sorts of delays during that process, but as Exco of Council, we were receiving updates all the way up to the 3rd of August, where the full council or the in-committee of council was sitting.
Okay, so within 1 month after the closing of the bids, the work was already done. So there was evaluation of those RFQs. There were sittings of the whatever committees, BECs, BACs, and there was an appointment. Then there was a meeting between the investigator and yourselves. Is that what you are saying?
If my memory serves me right, that should be correct.
VC, is that how you know it? It means you guys are very efficient. I mean, I'm sure you are extremely efficient.
Maybe the registrar needs to talk about this because between whether it was April, May 2023 when the appointment or
29 May.
Yes, when council resolved on having an investigation, a forensic investigation, I would have been recused. So I think the registrar would know better what the processes were. But my understanding, of course, is that it's not like the investigation, and I know this from a letter I got from members of the bid adjudication committee, who wrote to me as the accounting officer for issues of procurement and many other things. They wrote to me expressing their dissatisfaction about how that procurement process had been managed, how they were told by the chair of the audit committee, who was the main person driving the whole process, how they were told when they were raising matters, how were they told to back off. I'm saying that's as much as I know from those who were complaining about the process, but the registrar would know better about. I don't think the investigation had already completed. I think when if we look at the dates of July, I know from a letter from management that there had not been even a signed engagement letter at that time when the legal opinion came. If it's the 3rd of July, they started roundabout after that.
Thank you. Register.
All right. You'll pardon me, Chair. I'm a student of history, and I like talking not from Revelation but from Genesis. This whole thing traces its genesis on the 17th of April, when 17th of April 2023, when management realized that the project was at risk because of extensions of time which came with money, and went back cap in hand to council to request additional money quantified at 183 million. And then council agreed on condition that we also get into an inquiry in the form of a forensic investigation to provide lessons learned. And then the procurement process commenced. Council then appointed the chair of audit to lead a task team, which would eventually go and report to EXCO. And then during the task team engagements with procurement, it then emerged that there was a deficiency here of late submission, and therefore this should not even have been considered. But then the chair of audit, who was the chair of that task team, said, no, we are suspending the SEM policy here and the deviation and whatever. Right. Now, it went to council in June 2023, where that matter also arose. And then there was a request for a legal opinion in June 2023. That's why the NSG report dated the 3rd of July is in your hands, right? Which specifically said that. I went back to the task team, okay, to say, here is the legal opinion about this. I was talked down like a drunkard. And then I dissolved them, the task team, that actually you are not a competent body to be presiding over this, hand this back to EXCO. All right. When EXCO wanted to go back to council in committee to say we have a legal opinion that is disabling this process, loudspeakers within council talked the legal opinion down and pressed to proceed. All right? And at that point, the problem is you'll go to any university for as long as we focus on politicizing our councils with interest, you will have this kind of problems. And that is what we were dealing with up until the 17th of August, 2023, when it also emerged that some of these people had an interest in this money that was being spent by wanting to have some deals, all right? And which is why that meeting got collapsed on the 17th of August. So I'm painting you a picture, all right, of what sometimes happens and what actually motivated the letter that Honorable Lowe was reading from the chair of council. We had reached that point of collapse.
Okay.
So that's the problem you have. And there was also a hit list drawn, and I must be on record with this. There was a hit list drawn. That first you get the head of the chair of council, get to the vice chancellor, get to the registrar. And I pointed them out to the guidelines on good governance in terms of what it provides for the relationship between these three, for the effective functioning of the university. But when people come with predetermined interests and mandates into our councils, we will forever be having this kind of discussions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chair of council. So your council did not take a legal opinion before any work had commenced on the investigation. Because we've heard from both the VCs, no. I think both VC and the registered are saying at that time no work had commenced. So council had a responsibility to do things right, to follow its own policies on this one and say, by the way, there's a report registered that also says when the bid was submitted, there was no CSD number that was submitted with this bid. So the 29 May 8:30 story, it's not the only one. It was also on what the bid said, that you must have a CSD number, which was not there. You got a legal opinion that says these people, you should not appoint them. You appointed them. It's whether in council there was a faction A and a faction B, we don't enter. But council did not take a correct decision. That's the point I'm driving on. The council that you chaired, Chair, did not take a correct decision. They decided to appoint a company they should not have appointed. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, firstly, thanks to the registrar for helping with the history. Yes,
He
the
says he
opinion,
likes history.
yes, the legal opinion was rejected. I brought the legal opinion to the council and it was rejected. There were loud voices against that legal opinion.
The council that you chaired.
Yes, absolutely.
Did not agree.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'll come back. Ndade Mhlongo, when you are doing a presentation here, you showed us very nice photos about Steve Biko and here. You remember them. Very beautiful. I want to ask that they flight the photos. I want you to tell me if you know these photos. Can you please flight, do you know these photos? Ndade Mhlongo. I don't know this building. Yeah, no, they are working on it. Yeah. I press the mic in the floor.
Yes, I think it's it's a multi-purpose student center. Yes, that's correct.
Sorry?
It's a student center. It's a new student center, duty 355.
Oh, it's part of the 355.
Yes, correct, yeah.
And what is wrong with these photos when you look at them?
It's the, if you look at the building there, it's the, what do you call the drainage system, or the, what do you call the, it was not finished. This is a result of the water seeping through from the top of the building.
So we don't have a project manager from a university point of view.
No, we do have.
Project manager, people were supposed to be supervising this work on behalf of the university, did not pick up all of those wrong things. Because for water to seep through like this, there's something that is not right. Do you agree?
Yes, there is context, Chair.
Okay, what is the context?
The building was not yet finished. It's the building that has been in construction since 2019. So at that point, the building is not yet finished on top. It indicates that there was a problem. This has since been fixed because at the point it looked like that.
There's
Yeah.
183 million more
That's correct, yeah.
that we have fixed this building.
Sorry?
So what was the project management? The project management did not, for us to fix something, and that cost us 183, that cost us almost half of the initial. It's not a small deviation, almost 50%. What Treasury allows around 15% deviation. This is almost 50%. And you're painting a picture that no, but there's nothing wrong here. The building was not finished. When you see, Vice Chancellor, we'll have problems. I mean, we went here, I asked, explain why is labor closing the finishing of this thing. I'm living here now. I don't know if you've heard to another Vice Chancellor. I've heard that the Ndrumo, they try it. I don't hear what he's saying. He's telling us politics. In fact, he says to us, the reason why this building is closed is because the university was taking action against the contract. He says, in fact, it happened immediately after we've initiated this day. Politics. It's giving us politics. We've spent money there. I think total was 414, the initial one. We've spent 183 more. We can't finish there. We've got, if you browse other pictures, you'll see that if you look here, in few years, we will be told we will be told that this building is moving away, just like we're told about the engineering building. That it's you can tell there. That pillar, you can tell there, towards the end there, it's struggling. You can tell. Tomorrow, that thing will not open. We have paid. We have given somebody, you see, this one is even worse, Chair, you see. It kind of holds. We've paid. We've even, as council, we have said, let's give them more money. 183 million more. It can be. And that Mhlongo were casual. They were casual. Yeah, look, that thing, it was not done. It was not fixed. We fixed it. Or casual. I don't think that's how we should do this thing. I mean, there should be accountability, Chair. That, yes, I can see it. I did not have this report. I have it now, and as cancer, I believe we must take responsibility. Maybe that decision to put 183 million in the same meeting register where your council said, let's have this investigation. Maybe it was not a good decision. Maybe we should have said, let's investigate first. What is happening? Are we at fault as a university? Is somebody in management at fault? Because we can't put in money we don't have. There is a student accommodation. I mean, VC, I was talking to him earlier on that when we visited here in 2023, we even commended the work that you guys did in student accommodation there in Devon. Can't remember the name, VC. But yeah, I don't know the name of the rest. I forgot what they were called. Yeah, but that was a good work, and we commended. We don't want to come all the time and say, so that's not what we want to do. We believe that we're part of stakeholders in the system that must work together in making sure that the system works well. For whoever, students, workers, yourselves, for everybody. South Africans must be able to benefit. I mean, we've been here the whole day. We have not spent 2 hours talking about the core business of the university, talking about side issues, in my view. We should be talking about how to make sure that the core business, teaching and learning, research, innovation, that we've put, it's what we're discussing. But we'll not get there, Chair of Council, when we've clearly made a mistake. But we don't want to accept that, okay, yeah, in retrospect, we agree. This might have been a mistake. We want to explain things we have not asked. And it will not help us. We must accept that, okay, here in retrospect, maybe, we should not have done this thing this way. Maybe as council, we could have acted, whether it was not raised by you in council. Unfortunately, when you are part of that council, even the decisions that you did not support belong to you. So whether there was loud noise or you are in council, it's your decision in council, and you own up to it. You say, yes, we took a wrong decision. You don't come out and say, no, it was part of those 3 who resigned. No, it won't help us. Must take responsibility. The letter that you wrote on the 3rd, you guys like the 3rd. The letter that you wrote on the 3rd of September 2024 to the former minister, who's your alumni. I know I've even seen a memorandum that you wrote in your first paragraph there. Says, as an alumni of this institution, we're happy that you are appointed a minister, and then she still doesn't respond. No. I'm sorry.
Chair, I just want to, I think in as far as DET 355, it could have been handled differently. I'm the first one to admit. It has gone through how many DVCs, people in operations, who are responsible for infrastructure, and Mr. Mhlongo reports to that DVC. I think we are now on number 5. The first DVC who started the project left under a cloud. And a lot of things, preparatory work was not done properly, and which has resulted to the problems that we still have with this project. So those are the internal issues that, you know, on hindsight, which is always the best view, we could have handled those things differently. But I'm disappointed if Chair and your honourable members, you have not received an answer on why Labour Department has stopped the construction, because I have received those reports to council, and I wish that Prof. Andrew or even Professor Mtembu, I asked them to provide that, because I do not want that this important committee leaves here thinking that we are playing politics. We are not politicians. We try and do the best, and yes, we will make mistakes. And the important thing, when there's a mistake, you own up and you learn from it and you move forward. So I would like that explanation to be provided, because we do believe that the main contractor that we have now fired may have something to do with the articles on the Sunday World, and even with the labor inspectors coming in, because we thought that what management has done will be able to get us to completion, and obviously now without the Labor Department permit, it poses a serious problem. So, Vice Chancellor, please, if you can just explain the issue around the Labor Department. With your permission, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. But I actually, I have to really ask Mr. Mhlongo, and I'm sorry because, as the Chair was saying, he has received reports. I have seen reports. The Department of Higher Education and Training asked for explanations, but I would wish Mr. Mhlongo to be very brief and pointed about that. I don't fully understand. There are reports that are there. But secondly, I would like Mr. Mhlongo, because there have been questions about the 183 million. I would like Mr. Mhlongo to explain what the 183 million originally was for, including the so-called extension of time claims that were the bulk of that. But Council, at its meeting of the 17th of April 2023, had also decided that we must get a QS who can check whether this 183 million makes sense. And after we got a QS involved, what had been claimed as extension of time claims as part of the 183 million changed. And in fact, that's what we are in an arbitration process about. So I'm really requesting Mr. Mhlongo, who should know more than us, to explain the Department of Labor issues, but also to explain, as of April 2023, what were said to be the items that make up the 183 million, but thereafter what the discoveries were. In short, Chair, I have to be careful here because this is under arbitration. It's another sub judice process, because I'm going to make claims now based on what we have, and maybe I'm jeopardizing the case. But Mr. Mhlongo, really, please help us. We've been told that these things are very clear, and let's just make them clear.
Yeah, maybe let's help Mr. Mhlongo. Mr. Mhlongo will give it to us in writing, because it's easier that way. maybe Mr. Mhlongo is shy, so he does not want to say it. The department, when they were presenting to us their performance for Q4 recently, there's a target they did not achieve. And they said to us, the target was Mbali Precinct project completed in collaboration with DUT by 31 March 2025, one ICT infrastructure. Target was not achieved. And the reason for not achieving, I want UVC to come in. The reason for not achieving, they are saying the project was not achieved because the ICT is a project that involves multiple community stakeholders, and DUT was unable to bring community stakeholders to agree on the delivery of the precinct ICT delivery model. Is this, I don't know, is it Ntate Mhlongo who must also answer?
I think there is confusion about what the Imbali Education and Innovation Precinct is, I think. It tends to be seen as sometimes Imbali Lodge. Imbali Lodge indeed is part of it. Imbali Lodge has been hijacked for many years, and the difficulty we have is how to eject. I'm not sure now whether, or how to remove.
Yeah, let's try a different word.
I don't know what word. How to get rid of.
The word of ejected belongs to
So, what seems not to be shared as an understanding is that the Imbali Education and Innovation Precinct is not one project. It's several projects. Even the projects that you went through about engineering are part of it. There may well be projects at the TVET College across and many others. So if there was reference to ICT something, yes, I'm aware that there is money that was, but just money as part of what has been voted on the Imbali precinct over the years. There is money in the 6th cycle of funding, I think 2022, that was allocated for ICT. But whether what is written there, Chair, is exactly what has happened, I'm not sure. But we do have, if he's still around, we do have Dr. Zondi, who is as he introduced himself, who is the interim CEO of the Imbali precinct. And I think he could give more details on the ICT and whatever, together with Mr. Mhlongo, of course. But the fact of the matter about this part that we call the Imbali Lodge is that as much as money was given to DUT around about 2016 for the purchase of that lodge from Transnet, when I became Vice Chancellor, the money was already with us, and we were under pressure, of course, to do what was needed to be done to purchase. And that's what eventually happened, to purchase, and we have the problems that we have. We're not purchasing it just for DUT. Money had already been voted for it as part of the precinct, which we are not necessarily the owners of. So that's what has happened. And Dr. Zondi and Mr. Mhlongo could give us more details about expenditure in the precinct.
No, thanks. The ICT project I'm talking about, this one was a Q4 achievement starting 1 January 2025 to 31 March 2025. And that is only, isn't it? Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chair. I must thank the VC, Prof. Mthembu, for explaining what the precinct is, because there seems to be at times confusion in terms of what it is. I joined the precinct this year in June, and there had been a decision taken to split the precinct project into two. The Imbali Lodge, which is currently under the DVC People and Operations, and the other projects which fall under the DVC Research, Innovation and Engagement. So Imbali Lodge, as we all know, has faced problems.
Dr. Zondo,
Yes.
I wanted to ask about the ICT one.
Okay.
Only the ICT one.
So the ICT hub, which is to be located at the TVET College next door, is currently underway. There is a building that was identified to locate the ICT hub. That building needed to be refurbished because it was used as a student residence. So it has since been renovated and refurbished, and the refurbishment is almost 90% complete. And we are hoping that the procurement process for the equipment that will be used in the ICT hub will start. We needed to do some specifications, but we are hoping that before the end of the year, the ICT hub will be complete or almost complete. I hope you have answered, Chair.
Okay. We're not getting the answer, VC. Because the department says they did not achieve this target because you did not finish the multi-stakeholder collaboration. What? Maybe go check it and then give it to us in writing. Because one of our problems with the department is that they put on the APP targets that are outside of their own control. I mean, if you put, as a department, we've always complained to them about it, you put a target that DUT must do X, Y, and Z. You probably don't even know that you are part of this APP. Because I've tried to listen. But you're part of last year's APP, that you are supposed to do this. And so go and check this. Do you owe NSFAS or NSFAS owes you as part of the closeout project? Is the CFO, I don't know, CFO is going to say it's new, so.
I think he knows. Just recently, we are not part of the set of universities that had to pay back money to NSFAS. Instead, NSFAS had to pay us about 114 million. I can't remember when, but not too many months ago. But of course, because of expenditure, I can't remember the amount that they had been owing us. It should be dating back to 2017. But I don't know how many years that 114 million covers. And I understand that they still, there isn't a closeout report, maybe for another few years. But I think the CFO should be very much aware. If he's not been providing some figures, I'm hoping this is one figure he knows.
No,
As I'm
it's
saying,
my-
I can remember 114 million rand paid to the university recently. Yeah.
He's smiling. I think he'll give us a figure this time. CEO?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, we, on the 2022 closeout reports, we have agreed at the SAS, I think, as the VC is saying, the net amount that they owed us was about 140 million. Then on the 23-24, we're still working out those figures with the NSFAS. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, because I think when they presented to us at the beginning of July, when we had a strategic session of the committee, they did give us a figure that they paid you about 135 million in that meeting, but you said your legal fees are around 5 million, the last audited, or you said 4 million?
For 2024, it's 4.7 million, yeah.
4.7 million. And Labour was here and said, majority, you are fighting them in court, you are litigating them in court, and therefore, just go do a table. Out of this 4.7 million, how much was as a result of litigation between the institution and students, institution and workers? Just do a table for us and give it to us. I don't want to ask you now because that's a figure you'll not have. I'm going to give you an observer. I know I waited for the register. I wanted to give you, but Honorable Kakao still has a question that was not asked. Students, when we're doing the walkabout, colleagues, I can't remember that Mhlongo, if it was you or the gentleman were with, and the engineering too, the broken windows, or windows that were attempted to be broken. And they indicated that, in fact, there was even a car somewhere there. And you guys, when you strike, you vandalize things, including those windows, it's yourselves, vandalizing, and you even bent that particular thing. I know, President, and as it might not be you, but you have a responsibility to go tell students that our views matter, or your views matter. But once you do things of us in your penning institutions, those views now, people, or you are diluting your own views, and you're making it very difficult for stakeholders to work with you in helping you resolve your problem. So you have a responsibility to educate your peers and inform them that you can't go and ban. That's an institution of your children and your children's children. So it's a government property, and once you start banning there, you're creating a big problem for yourself. Even us here, many of us, I can tell you, were student leaders. And once you start doing that, you are going to lose our support. And management is going to have you for lunch and breakfast. So don't create that problem for yourselves. Restrain, tell them we can be as angry as lions, but let's not do wrong things. Let's have peaceful marches. Let's have all of these things that are correct, because you can't damage infrastructure. You're going to create problems for us to help you when management does not want to listen to you. So I thought I must just clarify that part. Just last question, department. Chair, you spoke about the statute that you amended in 2023. And very disturbing thing I'm reading here. Your statute does not indicate how long a term of a VC, register, DVCs must be. Says you can decide at the time. So you can have a term for 15 years. Say, this is one term, I'm giving you 15 years. And then we'll have a register, or we'll have a VC, being a VC for 30 years. Also have given them 2 terms, but it's 30 years. They will emulate the longest serving VC in South Africa. I don't think this makes sense. I don't know members, maybe it's me, but it creates a problem, maybe not with the current crop, but moving forward, you're going to have a problem where you are in a council that rejects a legal opinion. Maybe there you are in a council that is in cahoots with somebody. They say, no, we're voting on this one today. We're giving him 20 years. A term, 20 years. We're going to have a problem. I don't think, honestly, as council there, we apply it ourselves. Maybe you'll respond, but I want department to tell us, how do we, department, agree to an amendment of this? Can't we see a potential problem that we're creating because, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the current crop, don't get me wrong, it's not an attack on you guys, but I'm saying it has potential of being a big problem. Chair, I see you want to respond.
Yes, just want to make a comment. So we may not have that cap, but we've never appointed anyone at that level, VCs, at more than 5 years, with an exception of the Vice Chancellor, which was the proposal that came from EXCO. So we were faced with a situation where the Vice Chancellor was going to retire 2 years after he had finished his second term at duty. And we realized that, now I'm talking about the secrets, that the Vice Chancellor shouldn't know why we offered him 7 years. So we offered him 7 years, which then coincided with his retirement. Because what would have happened, or likely to happen, is that if we had given him 5 years, after 2 years, he was going to go and look for a job that's going to give him 5 years. And we're trying to avoid that. We've got Envision 2030, which has been very instrumental in crafting with the teams at duty. And we felt it was important that he sees that through as far into it as possible. So he's the only senior executive who's been given more than 5 year contract. The registrar is on a 5 year contract. It's coming up soon. All the DVCs are on a 5 year contract. So this crop or this cohort of council, we are very strict on 5 years.
I hear you, and I'm saying probably after you have left, it will be me the chair of council. Then I will say, I'm appointing somebody for 20 years. I will not be wrong. So I'm saying the amendment that you guys would have made, you probably won't transgress against them and good governance of it. But there's no guarantee that somebody who comes after won't do it. And for me, it's a problem that I'm saying could have been avoided. In future, we might sit back and say, this is a legacy of your council that created a problem. And I'm saying, do you agree with yes, the concept of what you're talking about, I believe I agree with it, but I'm saying, in retrospect, you don't think that could be opening a can of worms moving forward?
Chair, I take your point. I think there should be some guidelines. We are due to review a statute again because of some of the learnings in the recent past. We want to align certain aspects of the statute with the terms of various committees. So it's a point that we need to take in and probably convince ourselves that it should be in the next statute.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mseza, Honorable Kaka is still standing, so I was going to start with her. Because, no, you're still standing, Honorable Mseza.
No, thanks, Chair, and thank you very much for your indulgence. I think, Chair, firstly, I'll be less than 2 minutes, Chair. One, Mr. Mhlongo, how many blocks did we do the walkabout in the residences? How many blocks did we see there? We saw 2 blocks. How many did you conduct a structural assessment on as per the report? Because you have the report now.
It's in total there are 6. One is one that I said has been renovated. So the 5 are the ones that are currently being renovated.
Yeah. The structural report covers only 5, not 6, and the information we got was that all of them, there was a structural assessment that was done on all of them, but the report only speaks about 5. If you could just assist us with that, you don't have to respond. You can write or send us the report of all 6 of them.
No, sorry, Chair. I'm sorry. All I'm saying is that the ones that we're busy with, that's the report that you're having. The one that was done, that I'm saying is called student currently. It was done a long time ago. So
that's the report we requested for all of them that was assessed.
Okay.
Okay, so the one where students are now, are you saying there was a structural report as well for that?
No, and it's a renovation that was done there. I'm not sure. There's no structural report.
So the reports that you have sent us, the 5.
It's a 5
for
that
the
we
5 blocks. So
yes.
there's no outstanding one.
No.
So I asked the question that if they had done a structural report for assessment for all of the buildings, then they identified the particular ones they are dealing with to say these are the ones that have issues because all the buildings are old. So that's what I had asked, and I got a response that there was conducted assessment for all of them, and these were the ones that were identified to require those structural amendments.
No, maybe Besingazonang. So it means there was 5 buildings that require structural assessment, and there's 5 structural assessment reports.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Out of how many buildings?
Out of 6.
Out of 6.
So there's one that was not done.
There was no structural assessment
for that one.
Yes.
Why?
No, because that one was recently refurbished. So what we did, we had to do assessments because there were problems on the residences that I'm mentioning. The five.
Visible
because they were shifting and.
So where you can't see, you don't think there might be a problem because they are all old buildings. That's my concern.
Okay.
To say that's why I asked the question of where they all assessed. Then when the report came back, it said these ones have issues. Because if you're going to use what you see with your eyes when the buildings are all old, then we might see a building collapsing simply because you decided that because we can't see it, there's no issues.
Thank you, Chair. I can respond to that. So what's going to happen is that we have already appointed the condition assessment specialists. So all the buildings on the condition assessment will be done. So we've already appointed that process has started, not only here in Dumiso, but throughout the organization.
But this is very concerning. That's why I addressed it earlier. But that's not where I wanted to go, but I had to deal with that aspect. Chair, Registrar, there is a family that came to see me here who would have reached out from last year. They have a prospective student, a young lady, who had applied for a course that is called, they said, is diagnostic sonography. I don't know what causes that. Maybe you might know. The student had done 3 interviews apparently. She says with her family that she was told she passed all of them, she was shortlisted and all of that. She kept inquiring. When she went to the campus, I think it's, I don't know, it's here or it's Durban, she was told by Dr. Koza that she could not be enrolled because she's not black and she's not coming from a previously disadvantaged school or a rural school. Those were the reasons that she was given by word of mouth by Dr. Koza. Again, this year she lost a year of study. Again, this year she's applied for the same course. She says she's done 1 interview now. She's outstanding 1. Apparently there's 2 this year. So I just want to understand if that is the criteria you use. I will understand the criteria of prioritizing students from quartile 1, 2, and 3. But I want to understand the aspect that it's because she was not black. If those are indeed the criteria in which you use. And finally, if you later, if a student was not taken in the previous cohort, but they had met all your requirements to that level, to then first prioritize those students from the previous application in as far as that is concerned, because I'm told you take only a small cohort of students. And Chair's parting short, there was a matter raised by the SRC that is very sensitive about a student that was hit by a bus, and sadly the student passed on. DUT has had a number of very, very tragic incidents recently about students. We cannot have our students dying on campus based on negligent, whether transport services or any other service provider that provides services in the institution. I heard nothing from the executive management speaking about this matter or how they're going to deal with it or how they're going to even deal with that particular service provider for that particular negligence. So we would want to get something in writing that takes us to confidence on the consequences that are going to be faced by either the service provider, or the driver or someone on behalf of the institution. So just those, Chair. Thank you very much for your patience.
Register.
All right, I will start with the last one of the student. That process is underway collectively between the SRC and student services and the family to disprove some of the allegations made out there. That's one. And once the statement is finalized jointly by student services and the SRC, as usual, like with other cases, I will share with the committee secretariat and DHEAD. That's one. 2, on the issue of a matter between Dr. Koza and the student, what would have been lost in translation there and made the matter worse is the nasty emails between the parent and Dr. Koza that I've become aware of. And that actually reduces professional attention in guidance to the matter. I am going to go back to those emails and guide both parties correctly. But admissions, as you all know as parents yourselves, is on a competitive basis. And if people fail to comply with the set criteria, there is no way that they will be admitted. And in that particular case, Dr. Koza, with the allegations made against them, quite malicious and nasty in the manner in which they were made, or in writing, disables him as a responsible person that must assist the student. So our communities must also be taught how we get approached as professionals. We're not sitting in offices as DUT trophies. We've got parents and families that love us beyond our official work. So that's the problem. The other one, maybe just on that, on consequence management that was emphasized in the morning. We've had 2 cases that have been escalated to the portfolio committee. Exactly one of a student that did what you are telling the student leadership to desist from doing. I've closed that case. I've comprehensively responded to the secretariat of the portfolio committee. The second one is a staff member who was subjected to a dossier around corruption within student housing. model where they would get bribes from, and one of a complicit corrupter, that's a service provider, was now tired of doing that and then sort of blew the whistle. That person also tried intervention of the portfolio committee. I've clarified that completely. Thirdly, the last one, the other ministerial appointees in this council, instead of facing code of conduct, they ran to the minister's office to try and seek protection there, and we were hauled to the ministry on the 22nd of August 2024. So I'm saying, as soon as we take basic common sense etiquette in terms of interaction, we take it out of the window, we'll forever be sitting like this. That's a problem in the sector. Thank you, Chair.
Hold on. So you're saying us sitting here is because we've taken basic common sense out of the window?
No. I'm sorry. No. Something's lost in translation. I'm saying, outside here, we find ourselves having to deal with complainants that come to us, but not telling the committee full story until the committee is then clarified. I'm not casting any aspersions to the committee. No, okay. I wouldn't do that.
Okay, so on the case of what Honorable Msazana is asking, so you'll write to us, this is the issue. We understand the admissions that you've got a point system, you've got it's competitive, you've got X, Y, and Z that you consider, no problem. So you'll give it to us and say, this is what happens on this one, right?
In addition to that, I will also try and intervene and see how, if what you've been told is the truth and the student is worthy of assistance, I will do that. I've done that so many times.
Okay. Honorable Khaga, you wanted to follow up on this one, sir?
No, Chair. You see, I think during the course of, in fact, in general, I don't want to make myself very exceptional, but in general, we try to be very respectful. We don't use undertone, we don't show off. Maybe at some point we went to institutions of higher learning as well. We did get whatever qualifications we've got. There is a serious undertone that I was, capturing from the registrar in his responses, at least towards me. And I had expressed my dissatisfaction on the response I got from the Vice Chancellor when I asked him about the issue earlier. He did not even withdraw that or felt it was necessary for him to withdraw. He responded however he wanted to respond. I don't appreciate that, Chairperson, especially given the fact that when I interact because we have constituencies. The family came to me, they might have misled me or not, but I asked the question as what they had given to me. So I do not appreciate the fact that when I'm being responded to, it comes across as if there's some arrogance, ego, or whatever the case may be. I don't appreciate it, Chair. So if you could kindly protect me on that part, because I don't want to have certain attitude against officials or against staff members of institutions or this particular institution in particular moving forward.
No, it's a valid point. Honorable Khaga.
Nesfas, do you have the stats?
Thanks, Chair. So for DUT, there are 27,536 beds that are accredited that could potentially service DUT.
27,000?
27,536.
Beds.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we have...
That could, I'm sorry, the sentence, I just wanted the number.
Okay.
The 27,536 beds that could...
potentially service DUT. So these are landlords that have been accredited and have marked DUT as the institution that they would want to service.
Okay, but that was not my question. My question this first was of the beds that you currently are paying for. Are they all accredited?
So for DUT, we have 3,100 active leases. So those we are paying for.
3,100?
101.
101 active leases?
Yeah.
And how many students are you how many students who are dependent on beds are you paying for?
So in private accredited, it's a 3,100, but there is then a number that we pay for that is institution owned res.
SRC President, the reason why I'm asking NSFAS that question is because your constituents are complaining to say that the beds, the 3,100 that are privately active, are not of good quality standard for them, that they are not happy with them. Is this your understanding?
Oh, can I come in? I think, honestly speaking, even myself, when we even with the public protector doing a walkabout in those residences, in some of those residences, we didn't even know them as an SRC. Can you imagine? Students would call us at night and saying that landlords are evicting them because of non-payments, and we don't even know where they. We've never been to see most of them. Some they're even concerned about security issues. Students could go in and out with alcohol in residences without having to be ever actually checked in terms of securities. And even worse, I know one that is next to my residence where they don't even have transport. They rely in the transport of the institution to get to campus. They are even assumed that students can just walk about to campus themselves, which is somehow dangerous at night because students still have to access buses and all of those things and libraries at night. In terms of the beds, I can think the situation can be worse because that resident that is next to me, I think it was supposed to be renting by people outside, not students at all. Thank you.
Yeah.
So,
Last one. Last.
yeah. So the reason why, so this is what frustrates me, and this is a pattern that I want us to take up in a separate meeting from now. It's not the first time that NSFAS does this because they know or you have time limitations for us. And so there's certain things, information that they won't give you and drag you until now, when I could have engaged with them within my allocation. But I must now stop this engagement because now we're fedile. And that's something that must be addressed. The reason why I asked you the questions I'm asking or in NSFAS is because you are saying now on record that you have accredited these beds in privately owned residences for students that technically do not meet the standard of accreditation. It's a Letaba TVET College 2.0 situation where NSFAS is paying for accommodation that is not of good quality standard. And so my recommendation again, which is a tired recommendation because I keep making it, at some point there has to be an honest reflection of the people who you give the responsibility to accredit. You can't absolve yourself from the responsibility of making sure that you pay for good quality accommodation for students. And if the standards of accommodation are deviant from the standards of accommodation are deviant of the standards of accreditation, then you shouldn't be paying for that money altogether because then students have every right to blame you for the quality of poor accommodation that you are wasting state funds on. But we're meeting with them next week, Mo, so we can conclude this conversation then.
Yeah. Let's look. You want to. Yeah. Yeah, but it's late. There are people who have their flights and they're in Durban. So we had indicated that we'll finish at 4. It's after 6 now. That's where my problem is. They're going to miss their flights, and it means we'll owe them. Let's just maybe 1 minute maximum.
No, I just wanted to make a comment on the governance, particularly at the level of council. I don't want to point fingers who is right, who is wrong, but I think both the chair of council, the registrar, the VC, and members of council can agree that there are serious working relationship problems within the council. And mine was just to plead with the chair and the collective council members that if we have council members that can't work together, we're not going to, a lot of these things that are happening in the institution, we're not going to be able to get them right. So I don't because I heard the chair spoke very positively that after he wrote his letter of the independent assessor, things are now perfect. I think I wouldn't be as optimistic. And I think the first step of fixing a problem is to recognize that it's there. So it would just be to plead with the institution, especially the council, that a lot of work needs to be done to ensure that they are able to work together. And the chair does not find himself ejected or self-ejected or anything of that sort. And then we wish the newly elected SRC all the best in their term. I thought they handled themselves very well in the committee, and it shows really the caliber of student leadership that the students of DUT democratically elected. So, thank you.
Yeah, the issue is time.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah, we've congratulated them 3 times already.
No, thanks, Chairperson. I will not be tempted to congratulate.
1 minute as well.
Yeah, Chair, I'm not happy with the responses that we are getting. There is clear signs of mismanagement and a serious smell of corruption taking place. I'd plead with you, and with facts before us, government has spent more than 300 million. We still don't have an institution that we can say that is functional according to the spending pattern. I'd plead with you, with your level of indulgence, to have a round 2 with this university. But this time we must call them to Cape Town so that we manage this thing of on ground to management and location. Thank you very much.
No, thanks. Don't respond, Chair. I think it was just an advice. I think in closing, I'm going to say this thing, that let's engage in a respectable manner. We don't have to like each other, but let's engage in a respectable manner. I've said that we are part and parcel of the sector. All of us must play a role in making sure, Vice Chancellor, that an institution like this one shines. You are at the helm, we're outside, but we're part of the sector. Whatever we do, when we write to yourselves, ask questions, it's not that we are undermining your ability to run an institution. It's because we've got constituencies who write to us who believe that they are not getting answers anyway. When they write to yourselves or write to the department, then they must write to Parliament. Parliament has got 3 pillars. 3 pillars that underpins what we stand for. It's public, it's oversight, public accountability, and it's oversight, public participation, and accountability. Yeah? And, It's good. Yeah. No. So as part of what we must do is to account to these people, the people of South Africa. And they write to us, they say, look, and indeed sometimes some of them take chances, register. We know. They will write to us and say, X, Y, and Z happened. And you write to them. Before we even write to you, we interrogate what they're saying. Okay, can you provide proof on X, Y, and Z? Many of them, they vanish. And all of that. But when we send it to you, it's because we ought to respond. Whether the response is positive or negative, we have a responsibility to respond. So we'll continue to write to yourself. Don't become, there's a university in South Africa that believes it reports to the President of America, probably. They are refusing to respond to us. We've got our relationship with them is going to be very long term. We're going to have a very long term relationship with them. Because they are refusing to, they don't accept, they don't respond to our emails. Students write, they don't respond. I even said department must withhold the funds that we voted for. I got those funds are voted for by us. So these people who refuse to account, why must we go and give them for what? We're not going to do so. In this country, the state, through vote 17 that we vote for as these members, gives universities, only universities in this country, this year, 48 billion in grants. We voted for it now in July. Total is 48 billion in grants. We have told them they must not get it. Once the department does it, I guess we will know. They report to us on a quarterly basis. We'll know they've transferred. They will have to account on why did they send that money there. I think in projects, Vice Chancellor and the team, we could do better. There are certain things that Mhlongo we can improve on. Honestly speaking, washing machines that students say we've not had them for a whole year. We're charging them a lot of money. The state, in most of the part, pays for it. Pays for part of this washing machines is what is paid for by the state. So you are literally defrauding the state by charging them for services not rendered. So we could do better on certain things. Let's improve. Yes, on governance chair, let's accept when we've made mistakes. I personally believe that how we've handled this issue of this forensic, we could have done better. We want that we've paid. By the way, the reason why it had to go to a BAC is because it was over $1 million. I think it was, the initial fee was 1.6 million. So we've paid a lot of money for this investigation. And after paying so much for it, we're not implementing it. They might have probably covered other issues, but there are issues there that you as council, when you call for it, for the investigation, you are worried that why are we paying 183 million? And because of your internal squabbles, that part has not been addressed. And I don't think it sits well with ourselves. Earlier on, when I opened the meeting, I said, geotech should have been done on certain buildings that were erected. And I said, when you comment, you must speak about it. None of you spoke about it. And I know the geotech was not done. Somebody must be held with, I don't know, between VC, the building of 2019, the engineering one and engineering two, with this 355, how much in total have we spent on buildings that have structural defects? And it might be, because somebody says, no, you see here in Bali, the soil moves. It's no, but you don't do geotech. You put so much investment, and there's no geotech. That now I come from one township in Gauteng, it's called Kutsong. It has sinkholes. Before you build anything, you do geotech. They come and they check. But more, after 10 years, there will be a sinkhole. You can't build. We put an investment of government just there. No accountability, it can't be. So I've not had a consequence management VC that, because it's as if, because this money is not ours, see again. So maybe if there is, maybe we did not have time, but maybe if there is, send it to us and write and say, this is what would have happened here, this happened here, and this is what would have done. So that at least there's comfort that we are responsible in spending government resources. GBV, it's very bad. GBV generally, it makes, I get cold when I think about it. Send us the stats, the full stats, and say, this was a GBV student on student. This was a sexual harassment lecturer student. And what have we done if we have such cases? So do a table, give it to us, and tell us what have you done. Because, I always tell people that for a student, you've also commented about underreporting, but underreporting of such cases. For a student to report a lecturer or a management, irrespective of the level, about sexual harassment, it takes a lot. Once they've reported, we have a responsibility to protect those people. Because how we treat that case is going to determine whether other students have got confidence on us protecting them as victims, or it's going to turn them to look at you, all of you, as monsters. So we have a responsibility. So we want those cases because parents give us their children and they say, higher education, take our children. Some of them are from far. I'm sure here duty. Many of them are from Limpopo, all kinds of places. Imagine a parent is giving us a child from Zanin. Far. Those of you who have never been there, it's far. They are here. And then tomorrow, they're supposed to get a degree. Tomorrow, they go home. They've been sexually harassed. It can't be. So we have a responsibility to make sure that our institutions, even though we're a microcosm of society, these things happen in society, they are likely going to happen here. We have a responsibility to minimize those things, and there are serious steps that we must take in making sure that such do not happen. This year, I don't know how many students we've lost at duty. I think I've counted 3 or 4. That 4. It's a lot. I mean, it's a very short space of time. Maybe chairperson of Minnesota. It can be as slabbing gom. Marsing I think 100,000. It's a good 3 quotes. Is a good one in Gomo sitting 100,000. CFO. Let's buy a normal cow, the normal way, and not go to 3 quotes. I mean, we did not have time, but the building, well, you're saying you are in court with but information at our disposal is that there were 2 companies that bidded for these things. The 411, the other one was 427, something to that effect. There's 2 companies. Once we are done with your court cases there, we will have a conversation again, say, but there are certain things that we must avoid. Yeah? There are certain things that can be avoided. Supply chain, there are certain things that we must avoid. We must not do things reckless because it's not going to help us. We're supposed to be knowledge production factory for this country. People are going to run, to be captains of industries. We must not be on the news for wrong things. Let's allow others to appear on the news, not us. Let's run things correctly. So, yeah, I think we'll close our meeting like that. I know, Chair, you may have been provoked to speak. You'll speak as we walk. Let's not speak anymore. I want to thank you, council members. I did allow others to leave because they had indicated that they are flying out of Durban and they must still drive. So I had allowed them. That is why they've left. They did not disrespect us. I had allowed them to leave. Executive management, VC, register, CFO, and the team DVCs. Thank you very much. I know that we've taken you away from what you should be doing on a daily basis, but this for me was extremely important because at least we get to understand the problems. We will give the diagnosis report to the department and they must respond to us on what is it that they are doing to strengthen areas of concerns for us within 3 months. So it's not it's not a talk shop. We don't come and go and then that's it. I want to give the department a diagnosis report and say, look, go help the institution to fix 1, 2, 3, 4. We are aware that you had met the minister recently. I think on a Monday you had flown to Johannesburg. Yeah, so we will get a sense of how far they are. And as far as it can be business as usual. Let's try it. I know sometimes, Kaya, it's not you guys. But these unethical, immoral people, these criminals that call themselves business people, that goes and accredits accommodation that doesn't deserve to be, puts our children in danger. Even yourselves will ask you to give us a report on those things. And I think we'll work with the SRC to get all this accommodation that they believe should not have been accredited, and then we'll give them to NSFAS. NSFAS must give us a report on how we're going to close those PLO from the department of the DG, the deputy minister, officials from the department. I hope you're going to give your DDG of what is this universities a report, because certain things that are said, yeah, the department should be able to deal with them. I mean, we have people in the department who deal with infrastructure. You give a university money, there's defects like this. I want to see what did the department do, because we are supposed to be there from a departmental point of view consistently. So we'll get those reports from yourself. TDGs, thank you very much for coming. The communications of the department members, thank you very much. Our very capable team from Parliament, content advisors, researchers, communications, thank you very much. Parliament TV, thank you. We streamed earlier on, and then there was a problem of network. I think the VC made sure that there's no network, because we're streaming VC and then it cut. Network became bad. So the video is going to be uploaded now as Parliament TV gets network as we leave the building. So it's going to be uploaded. We could not stream today. We streamed Vice Chancellor when we were in Nkandla. Why in Peter Maritzburg we can't stream because of network. You see ICT. The meeting is adjourned.